And we are here to help. Our vision is to build a mentally healthy nation for all. We work every day to eliminate stigma, combat mental illness and substance use disorders, and advance mental health. If you or someone you love needs help, you are not alone. Please visit mentallyhealthynation.org to learn more.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John and Josh, Nick are here. Hi, guys.
Friend.
Now, I'm sure
Yep.
you guys, as fans of the NFC, are very excited about the recent moves made this afternoon.
What the hell?
How do they keep getting away with this?
Hey, you know, the 49ers, they're pretty good. Let's just give them another good player. No, that's
for
not
free.
Plus, the Eagles
like a
did this last
third-round
week,
pick?
too. I'm sick of these.
Are you telling me that nobody else would have offered the potential for a higher draft selection than San Francisco for Chase Young?
It's a great question.
Because
there must
now
have been
I don't know.
something else.
People forget Kyle Shanahan used to coach for Washington.
Oh.
Insider trading.
Interesting.
I mean, there's been enough changeover. Probably not. But
Some
but
Connor
in all
Stallions
serious-
in here.
On the sidelines.
But in
with
all
the play sheet.
seriousness, because, you know, assuming that it's not somebody else's pick that the 49ers got in another deal, it's going to be a late third-round pick.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Third-round pick.
Third round for Chase Young, who is
That there wasn't somebody else out there that would have offered a second-round pick?
No, I know he's been hurt, but like he's still like a foundational type
Yes.
of player.
Yeah, now he gets to go to a good franchise. You know, like he'll have fun playing for the good
He
franchise.
was the same line as Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
It's weird to me, and this isn't
Unfair.
This isn't, you know, complaining because it was San Francisco that got him. It's just I'm still trying to get logic in all of this because we've had some really good players, and yet, well, I mean, Josh Dobbs. Isn't he worth more than a sixth round pick? A sixth round pick?
The Pastronaut.
A half a season of Josh Dobbs. Like,
it's a cool nickname.
Yeah, but not only is
Odson,
it
put on
only
a
a
poll
sixth
question.
round pick, but then the Vikings also got a seventh round pick. So I get that NFL teams value their picks like, you know, it's life itself, unless you're the Rams. But man,
no, I agree with the general point. The picks are overvalued.
I think the
For
picks
sure.
are way overvalued.
Yes.
You're trading proven commodities for potential commodities down the road.
But Josh Dobbs did beat the Cowboys.
He did.
People
People
forget.
forget.
I mean, did he beat the Cowboys, or was it just the fact that Arizona had a smart game plan and ran the damn ball, which is what the Rams should have done the whole time?
Odson says I missed it. What's the poll? What's the nickname, Nick?
The Pastronaut.
Is the Pastronaut a good nickname?
Who is this supposed to be?
Josh Dobbs.
Yes.
Because he's a
Thank
rocket
you, John.
scientist.
Yeah, see, Nick loves these.
No.
The bad
thank
internet
you.
stuff, Nick is a huge
No.
fan.
I
of.
love this nickname.
No.
Nick
It's
today.
a cool nickname.
Nick today. For some reason we were talking about the NBA, and Nick
Classic.
was like, I don't think that I like the NBA or something like that.
It's just the discourse. The NBA discourse
The NBA
just
discourse.
seems like
That's
a
what
lot.
he said. And I said, Nick, au contraire, you would love the NBA
Yeah, Nick,
discourse.
it seems
if you
like-
really dive into it, they
Yeah.
are all the way on the internet.
Yeah, Nick, it seems like you should actually be an NBA fan more than any other sport. You love the internet and you love
the NBA.
But you love
I
discourse.
don't like basketball. I like football.
Now, it's probably not happening on Reddit. It's probably happening in like weird, like different places.
See, I don't want to go to weird different places.
Okay, so you
the Jimmy Allen internet.
I don't want to go to that part of the internet. I refuse to go to that
Jimmy
part
Allen
of the internet.
goes to the weirdest
That's
parts
weird
of the internet.
That's basically where it's happening. It's like random Facebook pages.
No, I
Yes.
can't do that.
Okay.
I can't do
All
that.
right,
I
well, then you
refuse.
wouldn't like it.
Hmm.
That's the NBA.
Reddit is as weird as I get with
Like
my takes.
very questionable Twitter burner accounts.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's basically what the NBA is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. But hey, now we have the in-season tournament.
Yeah.
And the courts.
We get to play on purple courts.
Oh,
Can't
hell yeah. Purple courts.
Nick's in on the NBA now.
Nick would like that. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, people who liked the Toy Story version of the NFL game will
Which I
love the
did.
NBA in-season tournament.
Nick.
Because
cool.
Now, the difference being that the Toy Story game actually has more meaning.
Nick, that'd be a
But
great
do you
bit.
know what they're playing for, by the way, in the NBA play?
Everybody makes like $100,000 or something like that.
I mean, it's a trophy dash, but they're playing for the NBA Cup.
Oh.
What's
Very
the
cool.
point of meaningless tournaments?
Thank you.
Television revenue.
Not
Are
really.
they? I
They're
don't.
not
I
making
don't think they're
any more.
getting any more.
They're just regular
TV.
games.
Yeah,
that
they're
would've
just regular
regularly
games. They're just
happened.
formatting them into a
You asked the
tournament.
question. I gave you the answer. It's television.
It's not the answer.
Nobody's
though.
really
No.
getting anything out of it, like prestige or
They're
anything. it
trying.
seems
So here's
like.
what they're trying to do. You know how in America we love, well, John hates it, but some of us love looking to Europe and saying, like, can we take the fun soccer stuff and put it over in American sports? That's what they're doing. They're like, over there, they do this thing called the FA Cup. I've explained it
The
to you
FA
before.
Cup,
The
yeah.
FA
FA
Cup.
Cup.
You love the FA Cup. They
Sure.
do the FA Cup. It's a congruent tournament that happens throughout the whole year.
Yeah.
It's not a part of the EPL, but it's a part of the whole English soccer system.
And do
so they
think,
want that.
Do the English, do the British people, idiots, think that it's better than the regular season?
No,
Or-
but it's like super historic. It goes back to the 1800s. So
Okay.
like it really does
so in this
matter.
case, it's
Well, yeah.
very not historic.
Correct. So they're
Right.
trying
Right.
to. It's
See,
like the
that's
line from
prestigious.
Mean Girl, Fetch. They're trying to make
Well,
Fetch happen.
What they're
Don't try
really
to
trying
make
to
fetch
do
happen.
is because even the NBA knows that before Christmas, nobody cares
Nope.
about the NBA,
Including the NBA players.
exactly.
Yeah, including
And
me.
so they're trying to make it more meaningful by creating a meaningless tournament.
Nick, I have a great bit idea for you if
Ooh,
you're interested.
I love
What's that?
bits.
You become the NBA in-season tournament expert.
Oh,
You-
Nick, the
You're
guru.
only, you don't care about
Don't make
any
me
other
watch
parts
it.
of the NBA season, just the in-season tournament and the prestigious NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup.
Gonna make me watch basketball?
Nick, it only
I'm
takes
just saying,
like a week.
it's an idea for you.
I mean, if you want, you can just Google the scores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just Google the scores and tell us who
Just
won.
go on the weird internet with Jimmy Allen and you find out what happened.
Again, that's a rabbit hole I don't want to go down.
It's a part of your
Seems like
job
a
description
cesspool.
now. John writes, the Pastronaut, isn't Nick a music guy? Maybe he should stick to that.
Nick comes from music.
He
I do
comes
come
from music.
That is a thing that I said.
He comes
Unironically. I unironically said that.
Unironically.
Thank you for saying that, Nick.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you admitted that.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't it have been made? Now, this won't make much sense to you guys, but there was a quarterback once upon a time who played for the Houston Oilers. His name was Dan Pastorini.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Warren.
Wouldn't
Moon.
I
that
was
be a
gonna
better
know Warren
nickname
Moon.
for him? Because his first, pass, and he was from
Yeah.
Houston, which is where the Space Center's located.
Much better.
The
What about
the Pastronaut?
Vinny Pasquantino? He doesn't pass much.
There you
He's
go.
a baseball
He's
player.
a baseball player.
Nailed it.
And
Nice.
what if Nebraska's quarterback? What if they named a sandwich after him, like a ground beef patty between two buns?
A Harburger.
A Harburger.
Or a Jeff Sims meal.
See, I'd be
At
fine with that. I'd be
Amigos.
fine with a Harburger.
Mm.
I'd order a Harburger.
Charles says Nick needs to become an expert on NBA load management. There you go, Nick.
You can
could
make
be-
a spreadsheet for it.
Is it just
How many minutes has Kawhi Leonard played over the last
Is-
5 years? 10.
is NBA load management just players that are good and they're just like, nah, I'm not gonna play, and then they don't?
Yeah,
Is that
Correct.
yeah, very
all? Cool.
good.
I'm an expert.
Very
Pretty
good.
much nailed it right there, Nick.
Very
It's
good.
like, no, I'm not feeling it.
It's why
Okay.
people don't like the NBA regular season as much as they did even a decade ago.
Maybe there's too many
Right.
games.
there are definitely too many games.
Because
It wouldn't do anything. though.
back in my day, when NBA players were talking about load management, it was Wilt Chamberlain.
Nice.
Yikes.
Like Michael Jordan, Nick, in his last 3 years with the Bulls of Chicago, when they won 3 consecutive championships,
How could I forget?
he played
Every game.
He played every game.
Every
82,
game.
82, and 82. And then he didn't miss a playoff game either.
See,
That's
that's some
incredible.
grit.
He
That is what
famously
you
had
should
the
do.
flu
Great.
once as well.
Yes, and unlike a certain quarterback, he won when he had the flu.
Oh,
Don't disrespect.
don't
though.
disrespect.
We're not
Don't disrespect.
disrespecting.
So we are disrespecting this week.
Yes, we are.
We are?
It's disrespect
Oh,
week.
it's
It's disrespect
disrespect week.
Oh,
It's
yeah. it's
Nick's
the
waking
Germany
up
game.
early week.
Mm.
Nick waking up early to watch his football.
On my phone.
On it. Oh, such a Gen Z thing to do.
I don't like that I have
Can't
to
you
do it on my
cast
phone.
it?
No,
No,
it
we
won't let
already
me,
talked
remember?
about this,
The
yeah.
NFL blocks it.
No, but this is on ES. Oh, it is an NFL Network game. Never mind.
Yep.
Rats. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah,
That's a bummer.
It's fine.
Yeah.
At least by the time the
You
game's
sound fine.
Too bad it wasn't on Peacock.
I
Mm.
wish it was on Peacock.
Mm.
The good news is it'll be over by like noon though. So either
Well
way,
before, yeah.
I'm drinking.
Well, you
after
know,
the
you
game.
can listen to Mitch Holtis on News Talk 1290.
You can come out of your phone
Oh.
too.
I don't want to listen to Mitch's call of the Dolphins Germany game.
But imagine if your
Sunday.
team wins, you'll hear sad Mitch.
That could be fun.
Furley writes in, surprisingly not about the Seahawks. The NBA is absolute garbage. It could be Game 7 NBA Finals, tied with 1 minute to go in the game. I won't even turn it on. I literally would rather watch paint dry than watch any NBA.
We should try that out. We should get some paint.
Game 7, 1 minute tied? That sounds incredible.
And you would rather watch paint dry?
John would even watch the NBA if he wasn't doing the College World Series.
If I wasn't doing the College World
He'd watch that.
Series.
I'll watch a minute of NBA.
Oh, wait, we had what was the famous LeBron block game?
Yeah.
Oh, against the Warriors?
Was that 6 or 7?
That was game 7.
That was game
blocked.
7.
Blocked by James.
We switched it over because we usually have the ESPN real time so we could see the strike zone and the stuff. We switched it over to watch.
That game was crazy. The Warriors didn't score for the last 3 minutes.
Yeah.
73 win Warriors.
LeBron blocked it off the back.
LeBron back. I mean, it's one of the rare times where I was like, "Oh man, LeBron!"
And Kevin looked over at you, John. It was a strike 3.
I said, "Yeah, LeBron."
By the way, another trade comes in.
Oh,
don't worry, no one.
49ers again?
Yeah, now they have Patrick Mahomes too. They just decided to give him to him.
Who'd the Eagles get?
No, this is the Lions. Is that it? There you go.
It is.
Donovan Peoples-Jones from
Michigan
going to the Lions from the Browns.
Maybe he was a former Nebraska recruit.
I wanted him to come to Nebraska. He was a 5-star.
He could have come to Nebraska, guys.
He could have.
Just making fun of the discourse because that's what people said about
Are
it.
we doing this because the Lions were just so happy that they were able to run the ball like they did?
Dude, that was fun to watch last night.
They ran the ball for more yards than Las Vegas had yards.
When they kept showing the various stats of total plays, total yards, time of possession. Oh man, poor Kent Walgamot.
Was it toward the?
Did you ever notice Kent only tweets about the Raiders?
Yeah,
it's the only time I see
that or
Kent
I'm at a
tweet.
concert.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and he's pissed.
Here's
about
my
the
review.
Was that toward the end of the second quarter where they were lining up on 4th and goal and it looked like they were going to go for it and then they jumped and got set back for the field goal? The Lions. Either way, I wanted them to go for it. I think that would have been a cool moment.
I don't remember for sure.
That's it. That's my one. I wish
I
they would have gone.
I
for
missed
it.
that part of the game because I was out walking the dog,
Baseball.
listening to baseball.
I was driving home from basketball.
We love baseball on the radio.
So I don't know how I felt about those
Nothing
uniforms.
like it, John.
The Lions uniforms?
Yeah.
Didn't like the uniforms. Loved the helmets. Bad uniforms.
The helmets
those-
were sick.
I think it was bad
uniforms
altogether.
were
You don't like the
terrible.
I
helmet?
didn't even like the helmet.
No.
Ah, what a
It
take.
did look like the Food Lion logo.
I
It
hate
actually does.
I hate gray uniforms. This used to be a debate with our former producer because he always loved gray. Tennessee would wear gray. And he'd be like, "Oh, that's just tight."
I mean, there's a way you could do it right, but that was not it.
And I thought Tennessee did it right. I think the smoky grays are because
Tennessee wants to smoke.
but
Nice.
no, those
That's where
Lions
the
uniforms-
Pastronaut
You know
went
what?
to school.
They looked like a CFL expansion team.
Nick, don't
They
say
did. It looked like a fake team.
Yeah.
And you should have called them the Pasternauts, as they would in the CFL.
There you go.
that. Mm.
Yeah, I just think the Lions. First off, they need to go back to their classics, man. The more
You don't
time
want the
passes,
gray?
the more every team just needs to go back to what they were.
Wait, what
wearing
do you
in the
want them?
80s.
Oh, okay, like the ones with
Like the
the
ones
Barry
that Barry
Sanders,
Sanders wore?
They should.
Those are
so where the
so cool.
Lions not as angry,
Yeah, well, the Lion was still angry, but it was the Lion hasn't changed that.
a little less defined.
No, the
though.
helmet hasn't really changed
The,
much.
But-
the
but
Lions
it's
a
just-
little different. It's more. See, I'm such a loser to know these things. It's just like a little more defined.
But the
Majestic
numbers
Lion.
looked better, and it just
Those
popped more.
Those were pretty cool.
They wear them on Thanksgiving sometimes.
yeah.
Maybe they'll bring them back.
Throwbacks.
Dude, have you looked at the Lions schedule?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Everyone else is just gonna beat each other up, and they're gonna be like, ho hum, here we are. 2 losses,
yeah.
1 seed in the NFC.
Uh-huh.
Well, I mean, we
whole
talked
NFL
about this a while ago.
The NFL schedule is like there's been like 4 good games this year that have meant something, and the rest of it is still to come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like we're not going to
It's
get
backloaded as hell.
Yeah.
Like it's about. I mean, essentially, it starts this weekend. This weekend schedule's
we
awesome.
got Bengals, Bills.
We have Bengals, Bills, Cowboys, Eagles, Dolphins, Chiefs, and I think Ravens, Seahawks is the other one, which isn't seeding so much as it is just a good game.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's gorgeous.
Yeah, it makes up for some of the most recent weeks.
Yeah, what do you mean, Chargers, Bears?
Yeah, Chargers, Bears. That's one example.
It wasn't great.
So our primetime games this week were Lions, Raiders, Chargers, Bears, and what was it Thursday?
Thursday was Bills and
Bills and No.
Bucks.
Yeah. Bad.
Yeah, not great. Not great.
The Bucks could have won that game too. That would have been hilarious.
They were very close. They
They
shouldn't have
should have caught
covered,
a
and then they
Hail
could have
Mary.
won.
an
They
inch
actually were
away
pretty
from
close.
catching a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
Rats.
Yeah, they were.
It's triggered.
That was a really good throw too. That's the thing.
He just threw it.
He just didn't catch it.
Mm.
He's just
Sometimes
like,
you're
nah,
not paying attention, I guess.
like, that ain't
Football.
my job.
Wonder if they okay, so you got what, an hour left till the deadline? Wonder who the 49ers will get in the next 50 minutes.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Be exciting.
I mean, this is 2 years in a row now that Frisco's made a deal for a
Mega
big
deal.
time
Yeah.
frontline star, and they haven't. I don't even. What was the price they got for McCaffrey?
It was like a couple
Wasn't-
second and third rounders, right?
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did not
I don't
give
think
up.
it was that big a deal, was it? Or
They
a
didn't
big
give
a giveaway?
No, I don't think that was they got much of a haul back the Panthers did.
Well, they got that win though.
Let's
That's
go.
probably a direct result of that.
my guys, they got that win against Houston this weekend. We're back.
Are you gonna get that jersey? You should get that jersey.
I do want a Steve Smith jersey just to have, but maybe I could get some Panthers gear.
Yeah.
I'm
get
a
a-
Panthers fan.
Just get a hat. Panthers hat.
Panthers fan happer.
That's right.
the
I'm in. This is the team I've said I love.
Panthers. Okay, so the Panthers got a number 2 pick, a number 3 pick, a number 4 pick, and a 2024 5th round pick.
So
Wow.
So they gave up a lot more.
And it was worth
just
it, though.
in numbers, yeah.
Yeah.
It's worth
but-
yeah, 4 picks, but none of them were a first rounder.
Well, they already gave their first. No,
Because it was what do you say? Second, third, fourth, and a fifth?
Second, third, fourth this last draft, and,
And
then
then
a
a
fifth.
fifth.
For the
Totally
next
worth
draft.
oh, they gave their first rounder to the Bears
Yes.
Oh.
with the DJ Moore number 1 pick thing.
Mm.
Yeah,
Incredible.
Otson does point out that while Sunday is great this weekend, Thursday and Monday, not so much. Tennessee, Pittsburgh on Thursday.
fun.
That's not so bad.
You're gonna see Mayo Mahomes.
Not so bad.
That's
Chargers, Jets on Monday. I guess that's also not so bad. The Jets
See,
do keep winning.
That's
That's
a battle
the
of
game.
styles.
That's the game they should have changed to the
Lightning
Oilers
does take down
uniforms for.
airplanes.
Oilers Steelers used to be a great rivalry.
Did it?
Back in the late 70s, early 80s.
Tell us about it.
Well, they played in back-to-back championship games.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. Houston?
78, 79. They played in
no
back-to-back
idea.
championship games. Houston got screwed on a call in the end zone.
Oh, to Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Typical.
Yeah.
Terrible towels.
And, that's when the whole Love You Blue thing was big, when they waved the Love
Were
Love
both
You
title
Blue.
games in Pittsburgh?
Yes. Because Pittsburgh was the division champ.
Yeah.
It's a great rivalry.
I think
Huh.
the NFL should bring back the Steagles for a season. Just
Should bring back the
because.
Steagles.
Just bring back the Steagles.
You
My,
wanna actually
my
combine
guess
the
is
two
that
teams?
outside of
That
why
was
not?
World War III.
outside of TJ Watt, the Eagles will be like, we don't need anybody else. Just
Yeah,
stay over
That's
there.
a great point.
If they ever did Steagles throwbacks, who gets those?
Where did they play? What city did they play?
What
in?
city did they play?
Or did they go back and forth?
I don't
Whichever
know.
city had them more, they get them. They get them.
Steagles football.
Furley wants to know, Josh, why do you hate the Steelers? Is there a reason? What do you mean? Is there a reason?
They're the Steelers.
Yeah, they're the Steelers. Oh, I mean, they are the AFC rivalry. I mean, in the olden times of the Cowboys. I just never liked them.
Well, yeah, I mean they were
very
they were
unlikable.
they were like the AFC team of note, and
Dallas
outside
lost
of
to
the
them.
Patriots.
What, 2 Super Bowls, John? Right, 2 Super Bowls. One of them, Jackie Smith dropped a pass.
Mhm.
Vern Lundquist said, "What is he? He's got to be sick."
It's got to be the sickest man in America.
Yeah, bad drop. So that. Thank you to Neil O'Donnell for all the interceptions in the Super Bowl 30.
Otherwise, the Super Bowl streak
I
would
don't-
be over 10.
Yeah, I don't
more
like
than, much more than 10.
Yeah,
It
you know,
would be.
By the way, the Steagles only played one season.
yeah,
Yeah.
the war.
Yeah, they
because of the war.
split. They split time between both cities.
Shibe Park and Forbes Field.
Shibe.
Shibe Park and Forbes Field.
Sheeby.
Shibe.
Shibe Park and Forbes Field. Forbes Field was the home of the. Well, that's Pittsburgh. It's where Bill Mazeroski hit the home run
People forget during the day.
A daytime, yeah.
during the day.
It lands
Game-
in trees. It just lands in trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no stands out there, just trees.
What a
That's
video.
why it was kind of cool last night. The
World
first few
Series
innings
during
of
the day.
first few innings of the World Series, you could see daylight. It was like, oh, this is cool.
The thing that bothered me about that one, though, is that it felt like it was just a random August game because of the intensity in Phoenix, Arizona for Game 3 of the World Series last
Yeah.
night. Wasn't quite there.
Oh, really?
Wasn't real palpable.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh,
How
is baseball canceled? Are you
In
canceling the World
Phoenix,
Series?
in Phoenix, I don't know how. I don't think they know what to do with themselves.
They were so excited about the Josh Dobbs trade.
Yeah.
The
Probably
potential. They didn't know about it at that point, but the potential.
The rumors.
Hey, did you hear the Josh
Well,
Dobbs trade?
and you had the Iowa fan behind home plate.
You did.
It was just
At
on
one
camera
point,
the
he
whole
was
time.
holding up a sign in the late innings. What was it?
I don't know.
It said that wasn't a fair catch or something like that.
Did it
Really?
actually?
Yeah.
Seriously? Okay.
I
I
retweeted
figured
it.
it had something to do. I thought maybe it had something to do with Brian Ferentz, but that's good too.
Yeah, it wasn't a fair catch. That's what his sign said.
He's right about that.
That's funny. Yeah, he was behind. It
Oh,
stood
someone
out. Like he
tweeted
was
that at
holding
me.
it.
Someone tweeted that at me last night. I was wondering what that was
The
from.
Iowa fan?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there was an Iowa
Interesting.
fan right behind home plate. If it had been a Dodger game 5 years ago, the Larry King seats.
Yes, that's right.
R.I.P.
Larry
The
King
Marlin
sat
man
was right
Guys
behind.
died.
Oh yeah, Larry King would
Wait, when
sit.
did Larry King die?
3-4 years ago,
Was it that long?
maybe.
I remember when he died because they started showing a bunch of funny clips from his
From the
show.
Larry
Who was
King
the
show.
guy that died?
2021.
Who was the guy that died and I didn't know he had died? We just talked about it a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Manson.
Yeah, Charles Manson.
I forgot that Manson died.
Charlie M.
Charlie was still alive.
Yeah.
He was
dead.
not Manson, the other guy.
Larry King.
Larry King was always one of those guys where people would mention him. I'm like, is he still alive? And then I'd look it up and he was always still alive.
Not anymore. 3 years ago in January.
Yeah, every Dodger
Gone too soon.
playoff run, you know,
He'd have great seats.
he'd be sitting right behind home plate, and he was sitting like a typical old man, just kind of slumped there.
Seriously.
It just
Did he keep score in a
no,
card?
No.
he barely moved.
He wasn't engaged in much of anything. Yeah.
Did he know where he was?
I think they had to
Maybe.
carry him out of the
and
stands.
then he was sitting next to Mary Hart, who used to host the Entertainment Tonight, and I thought I said, is that like his ninth wife? But I guess she was sitting in other seats.
Those are better seats than like the Magic Johnson seats. Magic Johnson like partly owns the Dodgers.
He does.
Magic
He
always
does,
sits right
yes,
over
that's
there
true.
too.
I like Dodger Stadium because those seats right behind home plate, your like feet are on the actual ground.
Yeah.
Like you're not elevated at all. It's like, wow, you're just there. That'd
Yeah.
be fun I would love to go to a game there. Maybe someday.
Josh, what would you wear if you sat right behind home plate?
Normal things. I don't know. Depending
You
on
wouldn't have a message that you'd
normal
like to
things.
send to the public?
Nah, not so much.
Are you sure? I mean, you got the attention of an entire country.
I don't know. Maybe a local brewery in Omaha, Nebraska or something. I don't know.
That would be
A Cowboys hat.
Wow, not even anything advertising the Grum.
Nah. I have a friend of the program shirt, but it's a weird. It fits terribly. It's too short and too wide.
I've got one too.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you try and
Feels weird.
say something funny? Would you make a joke?
Nah. I just watch I'm there for the baseball.
That's what your sign should say. I'm here for
I'm
the baseball.
here for the baseball.
Or wow, baseball.
Wow, baseball. I'm not here for any bits.
Yeah,
I'm here
you
to
could-
watch
you
the
could be
crack of the bat.
You could
Ping.
No, crack.
like,
It's
hear the crack. of
It's
the
yeah, that's true. Yeah. It's
can
And
professional.
the
watch
baseball.
pop of the
too.
mitts.
Oh my god. Yeah.
That's
the
what I'm
brushing
Watch
of the,
the
bases.
slider. Watch the curve.
Oh yeah.
Watch
Sitting behind a whole plate can give you a
fastball.
different experience.
What about the sinker? The slurve.
I don't know what the slurve does. What does the slurve do?
Slider and a curve?
I know, but which way does it go?
it goes. For
Well,
a
it depends
righty.
for a righty.
Yeah,
And,
for a righty, right to left.
yeah.
The knuckleball?
But
That goes everywhere.
the pitch that's everything now is the
sweeper.
sweeper.
What does
Yeah.
the sweeper do?
Everything's a sweeper.
Everything's a sweeper.
What's the sweeper do?
It's just a big slider.
Yeah.
basically.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
It's a slider that really
Yeah.
goes from. I think we had a video of it. Your guy Otani was throwing it,
Oh,
and
classic.
it would go from like one side of the plate to the other
Well,
side.
then
of
why
the
don't they
plate.
call it the big slider
Because it's more
or the hamburger?
You gotta have
That's
one.
what a big
you gotta have
slider
one
is.
word. You gotta have one word.
Yeah, it's got to be
Nick,
one
that's
word.
funny.
Thank you.
Well done, Nick.
Even knuckleball is one word.
Change up. One word.
One word, or it's got. I think it's a hyphen, but it counts. One word.
Charles says Peterson likes pitching. I do like a good pitcher's
That's what your
duel.
sign should say.
Oh man.
Peterson loves pitching.
Wait, you like pitchers duels, but if it's a 14-10 football game, you're out.
I love 14 to 10 football games, just not the ones involving Iowa because that's
Oh,
bad offense.
No, Josh,
I
he's gonna
appreciate
get
good
the soapbox.
defense. I appreciate like the Notre Dame Ohio State game. That game was awesome, and that was low scoring because that was good defense.
Yeah,
you
there was
need-
some bad offense there too.
A little bit, yeah. Kyle
Yeah.
McCord. Kyle McCord was involved.
Yes.
That
And
guy
there was some
stinks.
bad defense. People forget Notre Dame had 10 guys on the field at the end.
2 plays in a row.
Oops.
You know, maybe they should get downgraded tonight when the playoff standings come out. We were going to have them number 1, but they got to go against 10 guys for 2 plays. We're going to punish them. Man, I forgot.
Well, they
about
forgot
that.
to downgrade Colorado for getting 5 downs that one time.
Ah.
Yeah, they never did. They never had a college ball playoff show for that one, sadly.
No,
No.
they did not.
Joel says,
I would have loved
Josh,
to see him debate it, though.
that would have been
Where do you
interesting.
put Colorado this week?
Debate me.
Considering they won, but they didn't.
Joel writes, Josh would probably have a sign trashing Thomas Fedoni.
Probably. I hate Thomas Fedoni. That's what your sign would say.
Ray points out that behind home plate, I would have a sign that says, murder is good.
Would your sign say, good thing Thomas Fedoni isn't the catcher?
Oh, wow,
I'm
Nick.
asking if that's what your sign
That's
would
even
say.
harsher. No, it would not. That's a lengthy sign. You would need 2 signs almost to fit all those words. A lot of words.
I'm not a sign expert.
Yeah, neither am I. But you know who is?
Who?
Connor Stallions.
He is.
Nice.
One of the best.
Oh,
One of
just
the
not good at
best.
hiding.
No.
At least put on a fake mustache.
They're going to find you, man.
One of those
They're gonna
Groucho
find
glasses.
Yes, John?
I keep wondering what's next.
Oh, I can't
What's
wait
next?
to find out what's next. Give
There's
me the
so
next
much.
thing. Where was he? Where? Maybe
Where
Connor
in
Stallions
the
is like-
world is
yeah, he's kind of like
Connor
Forrest Gump. He's
Stallions?
just right next to all these historical events.
Oh,
over time.
man. He actually was involved in Spygate.
Yeah.
Probably
He was at the Rams practice
Yeah,
at one time.
Probably was.
He's sitting in those little towers where they record the practices up top.
It was his idea to deflate the footballs for
There you
Belichick.
go.
Well,
He banged
More-
the trash cans. for the
more
Astros.
on that to come, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, yeah.
All right, boys.
For now, we say heidily ho and have a great day.
Thank you.
Adieu.
To you.
I'm gonna go watch Creighton basketball practice basketball.
Oh, nice.
They open.
I wish I could go.
Why do they do open practices for basketball, but not for football?
Creighton doesn't have a football team.
That and football coaches are more paranoid.
Maybe
Apparently.
Connor Stallions. Would
And
be.
because Connor Stallions doesn't work in basketball.
Actually, watch out for Connor Stallions.
That we know
just in
of.
case.
That's true.
I'll be sure to alert people.
Hey,
if
you know, there
Connor
was that
Stallions
time
is
that
there.
Creighton played Michigan in the Gavitt games and they lost. I wonder if we could blame that one
Oh.
on Connor Stallions.
Let's go ahead and check the tape,
You know,
John.
he might have been there at shoot around that morning now that I think about it.
Speaking of shoot, David points out Connor Stallions might have been at the grassy knoll
Oh,
back in 63. We're coming upon that anniversary, John. It's 22 days away.
Wow.
60 years.
Since Dallas killed Kennedy.
No, a guy did, John.
No,
or a
it was-
woman.
it was-
Women can kill too.
Could have
It was
been
the
many
whole
people.
city.
I've
Or
seen-
many people.
I've seen Gone Girl.
I've also seen Gone Girl. John, have you seen Gone Girl?
I haven't seen.
It's a
Nope.
good movie.
Nope, never. Never.
The book was better.
I haven't read the book.
I just love being able to
You're
say
just a nerd.
Another trade.
Oh, who got traded now?
Ezra Cleveland.
Better than Ezra.
To the Jags, Happer.
Oh, wow. What
Wait, so Minnesota's trading for a quarterback, but they're going to trade away an offensive line.
And get an offense. Oh, okay. Yes, correct. That
Yeah.
second part of that confused me.
So I'm not sure if Minnesota is tanking or not tanking.
It's weird that because they have a decent O line. Minnesota does. It's not the best, but it's decent, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd take anything away from that.
Well, they are now. We can ask Shafe about it tomorrow. I'm sure he has takes.
He has
He
lots
will.
of takes.
All right,
dudes.
Connor, have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Connor Happer of the Connor Happer Show.
Thank you, Odson, who says, wait, Nick, who comes from music, says nothing to Josh's better than Ezra reference. Yeah, what the hell, Nick?
I missed it.
Wow.
Wow.
Thought he was of music.
He was.
He was, yeah. That's the past version of Nick.
All right, we will return, and a Tuesday Grum is next on 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday afternoon forecast will include mostly sunny skies along with breezy conditions. Northwest winds will continue to gust as high as 20 to 25 miles an hour throughout the afternoon. Temperatures will be topping out somewhere in the mid to upper 30s. In Omaha, I'm tracking high at 36 degrees. For tonight, remaining clear and cold. Morning lows dipping into the lower 20s, upper teens. For tomorrow, much warmer with a lot of sunshine with temperatures warming into the lower 50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KTV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska football defensive coordinator Tony White gave a brief scouting report on the offense of Michigan State.
I got a lot of respect for that running back. I remember in my last school there, he was running back there, and he was a dynamic player. You know, he's a really, really good player, runs hard, all that stuff. They got a really big offensive line. They got 2 tight ends that one of them is a really powerful blocker, and then the other one plays on the basketball team. I mean, give me a break. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Special teams coordinator Ed Foley says they need to get better at punt returning.
We need to work on that unit across the board. Like that's not like, well, we had a tough game last game. That's kind of something that we've been trying to work on and get better. And to be honest with you, like I like some of the things that we're doing on special teams. I don't like where we are on punt returning.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
Well, hello there, my pretties. Want to make a happy Halloween even happier? Then check out the low prices during the Halloween sale at 42 Degrees. Be the cool ghoul and get great products like disposables and e-juice up to 50% off. Get super scary savings on Delta starting at just $4.99 with the frighteningly friendly, nightmarishly knowledgeable, and paranormally professional staff. The Halloween sale by your mom's haunted house. Restrictions apply. Products may contain nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh,
Boo!
Really eat it.
John, you forgot. It's spooky season.
Halloween,
Remember,
bitches.
Halloween.
Oh.
Don't forget, John. He says he loves Halloween. He's dressed like he always is.
Maybe I'm dressed like Mike McDaniel.
It's Unsportsmanlike
No, you're
Conduct
not.
With John Bishop and Josh Peterson. Killing 4 hours of your day. Literally, we're killing it.
I forgot about that. Nick, isn't this from what was that show called?
Rugrats?
No, it's from
Rugrats.
It's from the South Korean show.
Oh, yeah, Squid Game.
Squid Game. This is from Squid Game, right?
Yep.
Man, I've been thinking about rewatching Squid
Are you going to watch the reality show? That
No,
comes
I'm
out
not
in
going to
November.
watch the reality one.
I watched a little bit of this. I watched like 2 episodes and I was like,
Well, did you watch the dub or the sub, John?
Yeah, you probably watched it with. Were they speaking English on the show?
I honestly don't remember.
You didn't like it?
It's a
No.
bad dub.
Because of all the murder?
Well, you got to remember, I grew up with the Godzilla movies. Those were horrible dubs, but that's what helped make the movie
Yeah, but this
great.
is a serious show. It's not supposed to be. The dubs aren't. You're supposed to
It's
watch.
not supposed to be corny.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be corny.
Well, it sure came off
It's because you were watching the dub.
Yeah, because you're watching the dubbed version.
I,
You
have
gotta
no,
watch
I
the
don't.
subs.
I honestly don't. What difference does it make? I don't even
Subtitle
remember.
one is better.
I don't remember which one I watched.
Wow, I'm surprised that you didn't get into that.
It was.
show. Well, I liked it.
I loved it. Squid
Yeah,
Game was great.
It was really good.
You know, some of us aren't into wanton murder.
The old guy is problematic though in real life.
Didn't John remember the what's your favorite moment in any Quentin Tarantino movie?
The feet?
No. That's what Tarantino's favorite moment is. What is John's favorite moment of any of the Quentin Tarantino? The moment that you cackled at and laughed very, very hard at. Oh, that's right. When the tire runs over the woman's face.
Well, we don't know if she died.
You also laugh at that Titanic scene with the propeller, right?
That's true.
I mean,
You
that's
love
hilarious.
it when
Come on, how
people
can
die.
You, how can you not
You
laugh
love
at
it when
that?
people
You love it
How
when
can you
people
not
die.
laugh at that?
Mm.
Or all of a sudden you just hear this guy fall and go, ah, and it's just,
Clunk.
and then
Bonk.
clank.
Mm.
It's just, I mean, how are you not supposed to laugh at that?
It was very
really
fun.
funny.
It's like TBS.
Yeah, I remember. I also
Very
grew up with the Warner Brothers cartoons where when Wile E. Coyote was chasing Roadrunner and fell off the cliff, he always fell down and then he always landed in a poof.
Mm.
Whoever edited that, they knew what they were doing. There's no
What
way
the-
they
Hell
didn't.
yes. They were editing it for me because they knew I was going to have to sit through that damn thing for 3 hours. There were only 2 parts I cared about in that movie. That part and the part where she says, Jack, would you dress me and try to draw me like one of your French gals? And then
Is
she
your
took her
Kate
top
Winslet
off.
impression?
Yeah, that was an odd Kate Winslet.
I'm sorry.
Why'd you sound like a South Park Canadian?
Because
Hey, Jack, it's me.
because
Rose.
Kate
Tell me
Winslet
like
was
one of,
Canadian.
one of your French girls. Kevin Kugler tweets in on the J-Tech Constructions on
Yes.
Twitter feed. Longtime friend of the Grum. Says, sad to hear that John hates murder in movies, and I'm the only one who enjoys The Running Man.
Oh,
Are you anti The
No,
Running Man?
There is a
now?
lot of murder in
that
The
was,
Running Man.
That was not murder. That was
She wrote.
self-defense.
Did we do that in the movie club?
You weren't
You
here.
damn
I
right.
missed it because I
Yeah,
still
we-
haven't
of
watched
course we
it.
did.
We
Kevin-
should redo it
Kevin-
so I can
We
watch
did it. We had
we
Kevin
did,
on.
and
and
Kevin was on in your stead.
Oh,
we had-
man.
did we have Michael on that one too? Was it?
No, Michael was on 4. I can't remember which one Michael was
Michael's
on
done a
for.
few of them. Remember, he did the Dune one with us, and his
Yeah.
name on the StreamYard was some super nerdy reference
Yeah.
to like, I'm from the house of the blah, blah, blah. I don't know what that means, Michael.
Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah. Oh, that's me, Patrick. Oh.
No, I just this. I don't know. There's just something about it. Just wasn't good.
Okay.
I agree. There's something about The Running Man that just wasn't good.
No,
Wow.
it's great. It's wonderful.
Wow.
And it was about a man trying
Who
to
was
survive
running.
and was not murdering, but killing in self-defense.
Isn't that movie
Big
kind of like
difference.
a Godfather of the Hunger Games? Isn't it a similar plot to the Hunger Games?
Hell no.
Sorta,
Nothing is as
kinda.
good as the Running Man.
Except
Nothing?
instead of this post-dystopian future, it's just a game show that people get on when they're
Oh,
bored.
it was a
I was
post-dystopian
going to say, I thought it
future.
was post-dystopian.
Not like
Yeah.
apocalyptic, not like depressing dystopian. It was
Yeah,
like
fun
cyber,
dystopian?
It was like cyberpunk
people
dystopian.
were living in camps and
Brave New World was like that. Brave New World was dystopian, but instead of everyone being sad all the time, they just had a lot of sex and did drugs all the time.
I mean, what else are
I
you
like
gonna
Brave
do?
New World. You ever read Brave New World, John?
No.
That's another one of the old books. What do we have on the show today, John?
Yeah, what's
Well,
the Grum down?
What's the Grum down for today, John? Does it involve anything with Peacock? Are we having Jack Mitchell? Jack Mitchell, who's not mad, but he keeps tweeting in all caps all the time.
We should just have Jack every day leading up to that game.
Oh my gosh, Nick, that's a great idea.
No, I think what we need to do is help those who need our help to set up their peacock.
I think that's a great idea.
That's what I think.
I'm here to help.
Ask your son or grandson or daughter or granddaughter, and they can set it up
They'll
for you.
help you out. Yeah.
And then after 5 minutes, when they throw their hands up, just say, "Here's the radio."
It's not that.
There you go. People forget about
I mean,
Greg and Damon.
I don't think we give our
Edit that, please,
I don't
Nick.
think we give our olds enough credit. These are the people that would see one Husker game on TV a year and had to wait for the highlights on the 10:30 news, and they were happy with it.
Yeah.
My guess is they might not be so I can't see the game. I'll wait for the highlight. I'll wait for Andy Kendy's highlights on the Channel 7 News.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you for your highlights from down on the field.
Maybe Channel 7 can bring back. Channel 7 used to do the coolest post-game highlights.
Did they?
Because they would set them to music, and they were and
Like NFL primetime?
No, no, it was more like a vignette, like
Was
a
it all
feature.
AC/DC? Is that why you liked it?
No. They picked They used popular music, but there would be some narration, from like Ross or whoever was doing the sports at that time. They would do the narration and they show the play, and they intersperse some sound bites after. Really well done.
What year was this?
We're talking the 80s.
80s.
It
I'm
may have
imagining
even-
Madonna.
It may have even leaked into the 90s.
I'm imagining Madonna's music in the background of these Husker.
I don't
highlights.
remember. I mean, they definitely used popular music.
Danielle writes, 49ers not done per Kawakami. He writes for The Athletic. Purdy finally getting some help. Oh, good. Brock Purdy. So
they're trading for Patrick Mahomes?
It's been a barren wasteland of skill players and other good pieces in San Francisco. Good for him. And the 49ers finally give him a little bit of help.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They got.
We will. What is it?
Remember when they had Trey
30
Lance?
minutes.
26 minutes left. Yes, and now he's on the Dallas Cowboys, Nick.
Well, the Grum Down brought to you by the Roof Freeze, John Higgins Weather Guard. Today's episode of Stallions Heroes, Mission Central, Michigan. Can't wait to tell you about this new detail. Also, I do want to play you about a 2.5 minute snippet of Jim Harbaugh's press conference yesterday.
Oh, perfect.
Because he basically answered questions like a guilty man would answer questions.
Okay.
Michael Bruns will be along with Husker 24/7. Michael Oss, the longtime sports writer and columnist for the Cedar Rapids Gazette, on the Brian Ferentz reaction.
We traded a Mike Ferrin for a Mike Halas.
So I think I'm pretty sure Kirk Ferentz has had his press conference today. So we'll find out what the reaction is.
Okay.
The day after that Brian Ferentz lost his job. Well, after the season.
Yes.
Stephen M. Sipple of Husker Online will be along. Tonight is the playoff committee's first poll.
Oh, the poll boys.
We're going to do our own.
I want a poll boy.
We're going to do our own today.
Yeah, we are.
See if we agree. The Rangers win last night, but it comes with a price.
What's that?
Well, key
$1.
Key guys may me out. I was reminded on our calendar today. Remember when we did our Major League Baseball bets?
Oh no!
Ugh, gross!
Oh, no!
Oh, these are going to be terrible.
No, not today.
We'll see.
John, it's football
You're
season.
going to ruin Halloween, John.
You're going to ruin Halloween.
No, I think the dude in the hockey mask did enough of that.
His name was Jason.
And Dabo Sweeney. This is must listen to radio.
I've not heard this, so I'm excited to finally hear it. I wanted my reaction to be live on the air.
All right. Well,
I've read about it. I know what was asked. I know that religion at some point is going to be brought up by the caller.
Yeah, I think
Very
so.
curious to see what's going to happen in this one.
Yeah. So now we only have the Dabo part of the audio.
Okay.
When he answers the question, I didn't hear the actual call, but
okay.
Anyway, that and more. 402-951-1620. That's the 42 degrees, the source hotline.
By your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
People forget.
The JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620 and the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal. We don't like the peacock. He's not happy. He's like Jack. He's not happy. Old man Doug.
Oh,
does not
yeah,
like-
he's pissed.
He doesn't like this whole peacock.
He keeps
nonsense.
tweeting us a photo of him as Darth Vader choking a skeleton. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Why do you need to choke a skeleton? They can't breathe.
That's what Darth Vader's doing, apparently.
Yeah. Well, he likes to make sure they're dead.
Mm.
John at 1620thezone.com or Josh at 1620thezone.com. Glad you could be with us. We will continue after this on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Kathy Canoyer. 'Tis the season at Glasshouse Market within Canoyer Garden Center. We'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market, where you'll find a perfect gift for that special someone or the Christmas decor you've been wanting. Join our family for this year's open house, November 4th and 5th, to help us celebrate the holiday season. Glasshouse Market, located within Canoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Canoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Club's. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. Hurry, it's the final day. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. This offer ends today. But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. Join online until midnight. This offer won't extend.
Get a full breakdown of what went right and what went wrong immediately after every Nebraska game with Big Red Overreaction. Presented by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. And by Coors Light, keeping Nebraska chill. Also brought to you by Chase Senate Contracting, Dingman's Collision Center and Mechanical Repair, and Rotella's Italian Bakery. Immediately after the game, join the show and sound off with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Big Red Overreaction with the Keg and 1620 The Zone.
Hey there, fellow gluten-free enthusiasts. Get ready for a flavor-filled journey with O Cookie O's, your local creators of the inherently gluten-free, protein-packed cookie donut bakery. Imagine your favorite gluten-free goodies delivered right to your door. With the holidays around the corner, O Cookie O's is spicing things up with new flavors every week. And for a limited time, get $50 gift cards for just $25 at nrgomaha.halfoffdeals.com. Be the talk of the dessert table this Thanksgiving and Christmas with the gluten-free and vegan awesomeness from O Cookie O's.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
The 1620 The Zone.
Oh, Nick's in way too good a mood for a bad holiday.
This is an 80s song. I thought you'd like it.
That's fine. The movie was fine too. I enjoyed it. But
Who are you going to call, John?
402-951-1620. You can also text that line as well if you want. Be on the lookout for the kids tonight, and parents, make sure to check all the candy for. That used to be the thing back in my day.
You need to check the candy. Make sure no one put razor blades in
Did
them.
that ever actually happen at all?
I mean,
why is that a thing?
It did.
I bet there was one razor blade.
It happened like in the larger cities, and not that it was that often.
What, Nick?
You got a bug. There's a bug on the wall.
Oh, he's fine.
I just wanted to point it out.
Let him live.
Okay. Wow, Nick, just trying to kill things.
Yeah, I mean that a lot of that was an old wives' tale, but it was like, oh, you better check your candy for razor blades. It's like, well, I mean, it's kind of easy to find them. They're going to be sticking right out there.
John, are you guys the good candy people or are you the bad candy people?
Do you have the full-size candy bars,
Yeah, or do you
John?
give the little mini garbage pieces of crap?
Well, that's what people
Have a
should be
Hershey's
getting
Kiss.
because think about but think about all the candy the kids are getting.
Oh, is John the toothbrush guy?
No,
Seems
I'm
like
not the
it.
toothbrush guy.
Here's an apple.
Here's a box of raisins.
Here's a
No.
banana.
No, I'm just
Want
saying.
a strawberry?
Have some Tootsie Rolls.
Yeah, come on, John. Hook the kids up with some candy. It's not your teeth. Give them a candy bar.
That's their parents' problem, John.
And what are you giving away?
We have candy.
Full-size candy bars.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he doesn't have a house, John. You
Yeah,
have a house.
Nobody comes to our house, so we have a bunch of Reese's, and so we will just keep them. But they're not the mini ones; they're a normal size Reese's.
So
you
you
know, like
just-
the individually wrapped Reese's.
So you just bought a bunch of Reese's, knowing that kids weren't going to come over.
But we have them
so
in
you can have the
case,
leftovers.
and then when the kids don't come over, we'll just eat them ourselves. Very excited. Yeah.
My mom is stoked. She bought like 700 pieces of candy.
Wow. I think I'm watching The Thing tonight. I think that's what I'm going to do. to
I already
celebrate.
watched it.
Wow, spooky season.
I already watched it.
There you go, man. You always work so far ahead. On
I
movies.
try to. I'm trying to stay ahead
Well,
on this thing.
it's good that you are because it's about to be busy season.
About to be very busy season,
Busy
and it'll be harder to stay ahead.
Oh yeah,
So
for sure. Yeah.
I'm doing my best.
Yeah,
I'm doing my best to try to stay ahead. But coming up, we're going to have more details on the silliness that is going on with Michigan.
Yep.
And the latest regarding the person at the center of this entire thing, Connor Stallions. Makes you wonder for a guy that was this bent on he's just a super fan, and then he fancied himself. He desired so badly to be a head coach. He wrote this 600-page manifesto. And usually when you write something and a manifesto is attached to it,
manifesto is never a good word.
There's a negative implication
Manifesto
when that
destiny.
word gets used.
Yeah, you don't want to think about manifestos.
Yeah.
Usually I think of terrorists,
Yeah.
serial killers,
Yeah.
Karl Marx, or Nick.
Yeah, bad people.
or Karl Marx. Thank you, Nick.
Bad people.
Mm.
It does make you wonder for a guy who has been so singular focused on A, helping his beloved Michigan Wolverines, and B, one day leading the Michigan Wolverines. He's going to be drummed out of the sport.
Out of the sport of football or
Yeah.
college football?
Definitely college football.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what's going to happen to this guy.
Does it make you wonder what's going to happen to Jimmy H?
Well, of course it does. Of course it does. But I was reading somewhere where even the NFL might not be as safe a haven
for Harbaugh
as he thinks.
Well,
or
I
as,
mean-
as some people think. I'm kind of assuming that Harbaugh's thinking the NFL, but as a lot of people might think.
Yeah, given how, I don't know if heinous is the right word, but just given how all of this stuff is unfolding,
Yeah.
you know, you do wonder how a franchise would view it if it's like such an obvious thing to grab him. I still think that they would want him because he is such a good coach and he's been successful, and you know, he has made Michigan really good. He made the 49ers really good. He made Stanford really good. Like, he has been awesome at every single stop. That said, he also has wanted to go to the NFL, and for whatever reason, he has not ended up there in each of the past 2 seasons. Why is that? What happened in each of those interview situations that resulted in the Broncos or the Vikings, among other teams, not wanting to hire him?
Because Ian Rappaport of NFL Network said there's precedent. Like, for example, Terrell Pryor, when he was facing that suspension for trading memorabilia, and I know nowadays,
oh my gosh,
it'd be a nothing burger, but back in 2011, it was enough to basically bring down a program temporarily.
Yeah.
And Roger Goodell upheld the suspension. So Terrell Pryor ended up serving a suspension in the NFL for something that happened in college.
Which was wild to think back to. Not only that he upheld the suspension, but what the suspension was about. Who cares? And you're right. He got suspended for it.
And same thing happened with Jim Tressel. After Jim Tressel left Ohio State, he became a game day consultant with the Colts.
Mm-hmm.
And the Colts suspended him for a week.
For, again, something he did in college.
Right.
That would not be a big deal now.
It does make you wonder. Now, maybe things have, just like things have changed. Obviously, what brought down Ohio State and Jim Tressel nowadays would be, it's considered NIL. It does make you wonder, if the league would continue to uphold such a thing. But I would think it would be even more likely if they would uphold some kind of a penalty or make Harbaugh serve some kind of penalty, because unlike the tattoo situation at Ohio State, which had nothing to do with actual football,
This does
because it calls into question your integrity.
That said, I do wonder, you look at the timeline of the things that you just mentioned, that's like the 2011, 2012 era. That was when Goodell was really on his high horse and really wanting to kind of put his foot down about a variety.
Sure.
He doesn't do that as much anymore. We don't talk about Goodell in that way like we did a decade ago. And so I don't know.
But we also haven't had as many.
We've never had a situation like this.
Right.
Where that guy could have cheated in college. It could result in a punishment, and then he goes to the NFL. Actual on-field type stuff. Yeah.
Well, we're going to play for you a couple of minutes of Harbaugh's press conference yesterday, because you'll have to listen to how he answers the questions. It definitely came across as an interrogation and a program that is not interested in talking to anybody about it. But also the latest on Connor Stallions and what he is accused of and what is actually being investigated, as we have brought a third school, or not a third school, but a second school into the controversy.
Yes.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click Nebraska.beer to find brews near you.
Does eating at home have you singing the blues? Stop by Cobb's at the Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, or 72nd and Jones to grab a delicious pizza, burgers, fresh salad, and some tasty charred wings. They even offer keto crusts and an extensive variety of shareable appetizers. Dine in, carry out, or delivery. Cobb's, now with 3 convenient locations to serve you. Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and 72nd and Jones. Click cobbspizza.com to see the menu, pizza, and so much more.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK.
Well, I think it's important to have a full analysis of the eye so that you can make a good recommendation. A lot of the patients that we see have been told over the years, sometimes a long time ago or sometimes more recently, that there isn't an option for them. And I think that's just because they haven't had as in-depth of analysis as they need to know for sure what their options are.
And I think one of the coolest things about that entire process was how comfortable I felt. And I know as I've talked to other people who had procedures done, they said the same thing, whether it was the consultation, whether it was the day of the procedure, all of those questions were answered. And like there was genuine care for me as an individual person.
We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today, 402-558-2211, or you can visit their website, kuglervision.com.
Home is where your health is, where your family gathers together, takes care of each other. And right there with you is Nebraska Medicine. We're proud to take care of Nebraska, to deliver everything your family needs. From immediate care to neurosurgery, it's expertise you can be confident in. With locations throughout the region and telehealth appointments from the comfort of home. Find a provider close to you at nebraskamed.com.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620.
It was in the mid-aughts.
I remember
was it
laughing
not?
because his last name was Wiener.
2011. That's not like the last 10 years,
It's
though.
close enough.
That's 12 years ago.
Close enough. And
Close
you were in high
enough.
school.
Really, 2011? I thought that was earlier.
2011. Yeah. That's not that recent, John.
That really is.
Oh, okay. What? So all humor now has to be within a certain time frame?
Well,
It's like South Park humor, though.
We're
It's
trying
like
to we're
topical
trying
humor.
to hit. Yeah, we want the youngs to listen to our show. We want them to get into it.
Nothing funny happens anymore.
Funny stuff happens all the time.
People cancel funny all the
No,
time.
funny stuff happens all the time, John. Funny stuff
Well,
happens
it
all the time.
did, and it is happening. And
I was going to say it's happening in Ann Arbor.
Here, well,
and in Central Michigan.
And
Where is Central Michigan?
that's in.
Is it
you
in
should
the-
know this. You're a Michigan guy.
Aren't they the? I don't know what. Are they still the Chippewas? They
Yeah,
are
they're
the Chippewas.
They're the Chippewas.
They are located in Mount Pleasant. I assume
Wow, I would not have guessed that.
I assume I've been to Mount Pleasant before. I don't know where it is though. It's in the center.
I think there's
Nailed
Mount
it.
Pleasant, Iowa.
So it's in the middle of the mitten. I
Yeah.
thought Detroit was in the middle of the mitten.
Here, I'll look up. Let's do a little.
Is Detroit not in the little curve of the mitten?
No,
I
Detroit
thought it
is
was in the
like
middle of the mitten.
Detroit is
What's the
kind
curve of the
In
mitten?
the palm.
All right, here we go, John. So there's Ann Arbor and Detroit, and
Oh,
Mount
it is.
Pleasant's
Okay,
up there.
yeah, okay, all
So
right.
there you go.
I lived in Grand Rapids, Michigan, which is on the west side.
Were there a lot of rapids there?
No, but you are close to Lake Michigan, which I went to sometimes in the summer.
Well, the reason why Central Michigan is being mentioned now.
Yeah, why, John?
The Michigan State Spartans, Nebraska's opponent this week, opened up their season against Central Michigan on September the 1st. And as you know, you have people on the sidelines, coaches, players, trainers.
And remember, John, this was a Friday. Michigan State always begins their season at home on Friday night.
They do. They play
this
on
is the
Friday.
day after Nebraska famously lost to Minnesota.
Correct.
Oops.
Correct.
When that happened.
And before Michigan opened against, who did they open against? Some nondescript.
Yeah, I don't know. Hawaii,
Kent State or
UNLV, something like that. And they probably won by a score of like 42-7.
Well, Central Michigan is now investigating photos showing a man on the Central Michigan sidelines. So in other words, the opposite sideline, right across the field from the Michigan State sideline.
Yeah, now who announced this real fast? Did
This
CMU announce
is the athletic director at Central Michigan.
Amy Folin
said the school became aware of the photographs late Monday.
Yeah, because this was spreading along the internets, around the internets is what I'm.
For those of you watching in the stream, we've got a side-by-side of, on the left,
a man
is
with a
is a
goatee.
screenshot taken from the Fox Sports 1 broadcast. And on the right is the actual Connor Stallions, who appears to have giant things coming out of his ears.
Those are headphones,
Those are
John.
earbuds, John. Wireless earbuds.
Yeah, they're.
My
I have
earbuds
those.
are little.
Mine, I have those.
Those
They're
things are
bone.
huge.
They're on your bones.
Yeah.
Very cool. They're for runners, John.
Conduction,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. All runners are cheats.
No, we're not. We're normal people.
They also help people who are deaf.
But these
Oh, John,
pictures-
anti-deaf, anti-Helen Keller.
These people, these two pictures are purported to be of the same person. And Central Michigan is now aware and is investigating. Now, this person of interest is the interesting thing about this, Josh, is if this were someone who was always there, a member of the Central Michigan staff, for those of you not familiar, when even the coaches have to have sideline credentials.
Correct.
In college and pro football.
Yeah,
They
even
have
Matt Rule has one on him.
Yes.
You know, it's
So-
weird because he's the head coach and we all know who he is.
Yeah, and if you're the visiting team, as Central Michigan was, you get a certain amount.
Correct.
Right? You don't just get as many as you want necessarily.
'Cause you're the visiting
you
team.
You get a certain amount.
Yeah.
And the teams, they usually work it out amongst themselves. But the passes go to the team, and then the team distributes the sideline credentials to the proper staff. The interesting thing about this is Central Michigan, you would think, would know the identity of every single solitary person that was on their sideline and was credentialed. And
They
yet-
can look up who is credentialed.
yeah, I mean,
right?
if the athletic director, all the athletic director has to do is call over to the football office and say, who is it? Who is this man? Which is another great Hogan's Heroes reference.
Oh, okay.
And
I was like, does the under hit?
And the team say, oh yeah, that's
it's Bobby
Joe Himmelschmitz.
Joe Himmelschmitz.
He's our assistant strength coach.
Classic Joe.
Classic Himmelschmitz.
Classic Himmelschmitz. That's my favorite part about this is that this could be some guy. This could be a CMU guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's all over the news. Everyone's talking about it. He's like, how does no one recognize me? I've been working for you for 5 years.
His name could be Hans or Ugel.
Yeah, Hans or Ugel. Instead, he's Himmelschmidt.
But
poor
But the
Bob.
fact that they are now having to investigate this does make you wonder if this was actually Connor Stallions who had somehow made his way over to the Michigan State sideline with a credential, whether it's a faked credential or not. And my guess is if he were over there and he had faked it and had dressed up, somebody on Central Michigan sideline would have said,
Who are you?
is this man? And would have gotten him out of there.
Classic.
Or he somehow talked his way into getting an actual credential from somebody in the Central Michigan football program, coached, by the way, by Jim McElwain, who is a former Michigan guy.
Not McElmore.
I believe he did coach at Michigan, not as a head coach.
You remember Jim McElwain from such hits as Laying Naked with the Shark.
Allegedly.
And if you search Jim McElwain, by the way, first thing that pops up is
the
Shark. That's right. He was their wide receivers coach in 2018. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you think? Do you think this is real, or do you think that this is some guy who has a goatee? Because,
overlay the pictures over each other.
which somebody did. Because I'll be honest, John, that look is a very common look amongst coaches.
Sure.
Goatee, sunglasses, and a white male. That's a very normal look.
Mouth slightly agape.
Yeah.
I mean, it is
3rd and 8.
It's possible. Now, what I am told is that when
you have sources?
No, I wasn't
Oh.
told.
Okay.
I guess
Was it
not
Jim
what I'm
Harbaugh?
told. That's not incorrect. But here's from the ESPN story. Photos obtained by ESPN show a man wearing sunglasses during a night game and possibly holding a play sheet. The man.
That's a good. Hey, real quick, that's a good, added descriptor there. It is a night game.
It's a night game. He's wearing sunglasses.
Now it did start a little with the sun up a little bit, but still, it's a night game.
But when these pictures are taken, there is clearly no sun shining on his face.
Yeah,
Maybe
the sun
he's
is
just one
down
of those
behind
guys.
the stadium.
Maybe he's just one of those guys that likes to wear sunglasses inside.
Sure, yeah, he's a real Jim McMahon. Photos obtained by ESPN show a man wearing sunglasses during a night game and holding a possible play sheet. The man who was standing near offensive line coach Tavita Thompson, former Nebraska assistant coach. Remember Tavita?
No.
You don't remember Tavita Thompson?
When was Tavita Thompson at Nebraska?
Oh, wasn't he under the
Riley?
Was he Riley?
Was he a full-time coach? Do I not remember? Man, my brain is just turning to mush. He was a grad assistant.
Assistant.
Oh, I remember him. Tight end guy.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. But he wasn't a full-time coach.
So anyway, the suspect, I guess if you want to call him that, or the alleged Connor Stallions,
sure,
standing near offensive line coach Tavita Thompson and director of recruiting Michael McGee for much of the game, was shown by FS1 cameras several times during the game broadcast and appeared to shield his face anytime a play ended near where he was standing.
Now that's weird. That's not normal.
No.
Very, very
shy,
weird.
Guys, stop shaming a camera shy sunglasses man.
Very weird.
Michigan State is aware of Stallions' potential presence at the opener, and sources at MSU told ESPN that the school is discussing potential steps and is prepared to cooperate with any formal investigation that arises from this. Oh, they're excited about this.
Jed writes, if that's not Connor Stallions, how unimportant does this random guy feel that no one at CMU easily knows who he is?
But again,
that's my favorite. If
that's the point.
I want that to be the case because it'd just be, I feel so bad for this guy, but it'd be hilarious. Comedy would still be allowed.
Would he show
especially
up on the
in a
CMU
program
website?
like Central Michigan, which isn't as big a program as a Michigan or a Nebraska. They have less. You would think instantaneously someone would say, no, that's not who you think it is. That's, again, Jim Herpelsheimer, who is our assistant strength coach. But no one's saying that.
No, they're not.
So they're actually having to look into who is this man and why was he standing next to Tavita Thompson?
Yeah. Former Nebraska grad assistant. As we all remember. Duh.
The story just keeps getting weirder and weirder and weirder. And
it does. This is, it's one thing to, again, go to stadiums and film signals. Against the rules, yes. But a lot of us are in the, got to do what you got to do to get an edge. This takes it up another notch.
This
is sneaking.
It's already been taken up to an unnecessary
This
notch.
is somehow sneaking onto the field or
obtaining with another school.
Yeah, obtaining a. I didn't even think about that.
Working in cahoots with another school, whether or not McElwain was aware of it, or whether or not the school was aware of it. Maybe it was just a couple of guys on the staff that said, oh, yeah, sure, you can come and help out. But even then, if it were that, why would you? You're focused on your team. You're focused on your game. This dude's not doing anything to help you. He's scouting ahead for another team. So what's the tit for tat?
Well,
What's the benefit?
That's why, John.
What's the benefit to either the school, Central Michigan, or to some rogue actors at Central Michigan? What's the tit for tat that they're getting in return? Unless
he snuck out.
Unless Connor Stallions had already some intel on Michigan State from previous spy situations and gave them to Central Michigan for this game.
See, my guess would be that he somehow got onto the field without help, like that he was able to create a fake credential. That'd be my guess. Is there is no working together. So you think that's more likely that Central Michigan worked with him?
If he spent the entire game next to the same two assistant coaches, how would those two assistant coaches not know, what's this guy doing here? Who is this guy?
I mean, could the argument be made that they're so focused on the game that they're not looking at all of the coaches that are around them? There's so many people on sidelines, on a Saturday.
Not if you're standing next to the same people for most of the game. You're aware, because as paranoid as coaches can be sometimes, be like, you kind of have your own little place. You follow your group, you go back, you talk to your position coaches, all this other stuff.
Well,
of course you're aware of what's going on.
So this story broke, I don't remember what time. I mean, last night is when stuff started happening online. This broke around lunchtime, I think, for us. I never would have thought to look at it from that angle of, did CMU allow this to happen?
I mean, as someone who has been on the sidelines.
They play tonight, by the way.
4 games. And knowing how programs are very, I mean, if somebody wanders into their bench area that they don't know, somebody is hustling those people out of there, whether it's stadium staff or program staff, somebody, right? I mean, because there are places, you got the coach's box, which is usually between the 20-yard lines. The media or other people that have credentials on the sidelines have to stay outside of the coaching area, unless you're like the sideline reporter, like, Jessica over at Husker Network. But they know these people, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, she's cool. She can be here. I think to me, knowing how the policy usually works at these types of places, to me, it's more plausible that if this is indeed Connor Stallions, that he was working with either Central Michigan football or someone within Central Michigan football and somehow got access, more than it would be he managed to fake his way in.
See, now
and stay there for the entire game. Because I can't find that, knowing how those things are usually policed and how paranoid sometimes people can be on that side of on those sidelines. I can't imagine he would have been able to last the entire game without, dude, this guy doesn't belong here. Get the hell out.
See, that's interesting because one of our listeners disagrees. He says, there's a lot of people on sidelines for games. I've been to a few road games and stood on the sideline by NU. I don't think this guy being on the sideline would immediately draw ire by the staff, especially since he had team gear on. And this is someone, John, who's done this before.
Okay, I've been down on the field before. You can't stand next to the assistant coaches the entire game.
Real quick, stand next to...
Because the coaches are moving, right? The O-line coach isn't always staying in the same spot on the field. He's kind of following the play. He's around, or they have their certain places where they're going to be, but they're not always going to be right there next to the border of the coach's box where a fake person could get in. I mean, we're talking about being inside the coach's box area. Knowing how it usually works. Now, maybe it's different at Michigan State. I've never been on the sidelines at Michigan State.
And again, and this is CMU. This isn't, Nebraska.
No, but this is at Michigan State.
No, I know. I'm just saying, but he's on the CMU sideline.
I understand it, but I find it hard to believe that someone could have successfully faked their way and was able to stay there long enough, right?
Yeah.
I'm not denying that it couldn't happen at some point, but that somebody on that team, in that group, wouldn't have said, who's this guy? ID'd him and get him out of there.
So you think that they are in on it too? That was what you would bet on if this is him.
If this is him.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if this is him or not.
So you would think if this is him, you think that CMU is in on it?
Maybe not the entire organization, but again.
But just like with Michigan, enough people were in on it.
It could have been a person or two who said, no, this guy's cool. He can be.
I don't know what would be weirder, that this guy snuck onto the field and was able to do this regardless, or that they were, I mean, I guess them being in on it would be weirder, because that would just be so wild to imagine why they would want that to happen. But if they were in on it, why would he be hiding his face?
Exactly.
So that's why I don't think they were in on it. I think he was able to sneak up. If it's him.
He's trying to hide himself from cameras.
Yeah.
Because he knows the game is televised. He's not necessarily hiding himself from the rest of Central Michigan. He's hiding himself from
because he'll be
the prying eyes of whoever.
The next day he'll be on the field in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
Because again, this was a Friday and they played the next day.
Exactly. Before we get to Michael Bruns, here's Jesse. Hi, Jesse. Thanks for waiting. You're in the zone.
Hey, guys. I think it's not outside the possibility. He just applied for a press credential, and they just gave it to him because it was the game at Central Michigan?
No, it was at Michigan State.
Okay. Well, either way, it makes sense. So
even if he had a press credential, Jesse, he can't be in the coach's box.
Yeah,
area.
he wouldn't be allowed in there.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You can't.
You're talking to a guy who's done it. That's where I was going with this.
What do you mean done it? And wasn't chased out by someone that said you don't belong here?
He's sitting. If you look, he's sitting behind the team on the sideline. Okay, I had a press credential for a game at a certain stadium one time. Huh?
I just was saying, I was wondering if you were going to tell us where and when.
It was Fenway Park at the Notre Dame game.
Okay.
And I sat there on the sideline. I'm just a guy, and I just stayed out of the way, and nobody said a word. Nobody said anything. And you'd be surprised that I've done it at a bowl game. I've done it at a couple of local college games, which is a different story. But yeah, you'd be surprised how easy it is. So I'm just throwing that out there as an option. I think this guy kind of did his research and knows all the ins and outs. At this point, I've gone from not caring to thinking it's one of the funniest things that's ever happened.
Oh, it's funny. There's a lot of this is funny.
See, and that kind of going back to the message we got from one of our other listeners who has been on Nebraska sidelines, I do think I do think it's maybe easier than we're giving it credit for.
I'm not saying you couldn't get back there. I'm saying being able to stay there for the entire game. And I don't know if he was there the entire game.
Yeah.
But he might have been.
I don't think the story says for sure if he was there. It just says that they saw him on the broadcast multiple times.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the whole thing's very, very odd.
Very odd.
Well, coming up, we're going to have Michael Bruns join us, and he's going to tell us a little bit more about what he heard yesterday and today from the Nebraska press conferences, because the assistant coaches
media
spoke today.
conference.
The media conference, thank you, where Connor Stallions was not allowed.
That we know of.
Yep. But if you want to get the NFL started off right this week, it's a no-sweat same-game parlay Thursday night football. Just place a 3-game same-game parlay on this week's game between the Titans and the Steelers. Same-game parlays are simple because you can take player props or game props inside of the game itself. You stack any 3 together, and if you hit all 3, you win big. And you can build and choose your own from pre-built same-game parlays that are already in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. So if you do that, you can get bonus bets back if you don't win. Just go to FanDuel.com/1620. Get signed up today for a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday night.
Not to mention, John, it allows you to enjoy the game even more. It is Titans, it is Steelers in Pittsburgh. The Titans 3-point dogs right now, and this is plus 128 on the money line. Whether it's the same game parlay like John talked about, whether it's other bets, there is so much to do on FanDuel. Go to the website, FanDuel.com/1620, and take advantage of a no-sweat same-game parlay ahead of Thursday Night Football. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Refund issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Previously on the crossover.
Let me mow it for you. Hire me.
Hire Nick. I don't know if I'll hire you, Nick.
I'm really good at mowing.
Wow. He's offering his services.
Okay, fine. How much do you want to charge me?
I'm bad at this. I don't want to lowball myself.
You're canceled. Totally canceled.
$50, Josh. Give me 50.
For how many times? One time?
Yes.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Your Tuesday afternoon forecast will include mostly sunny skies along with breezy conditions. Northwest winds will continue to gust as high as 20 to 25 miles an hour throughout the afternoon. Temperatures will be topping out somewhere in the mid to upper 30s. In Omaha, I'm tracking a high of 36 degrees. For tonight, remaining clear and cold. Morning lows dipping into the lower 20s, upper teens. For tomorrow, much warmer with a lot of sunshine with temperatures warming into the lower 50s. I'm meteorologist Anthony Copeland for KATV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
The brand new Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair is now hiring. Starting wage is up to $22 per hour with benefits including medical, dental, vision, 401k, and a $2,000 sign-on bonus. Apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Again, apply today by texting DG Warehouse to 25000 or online at dollargeneral.com/careers. Dollar General can't wait to have you become a team member at their brand new distribution center.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month. Hurry, it's the final day. Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. This offer ends today, but hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. Join online until midnight. This offer won't extend.
You know, if we know anything, it's that local matters. Local shops, local restaurants, even locally brewed beers. October is Drink Local Month. So the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild is challenging beer, seltzer, and cider drinkers like you to put your palate through its paces and drink local brews. Because seriously, Nebraska is really on the cutting edge when it comes to brewers who think outside the box. And besides, you really want to be drinking what they drink over in Iowa? Didn't think so. Click nebraska.beer to find brews near you. Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Tight meant good. Right. I'm tight. John's not. You know, like that.
It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Bruncy who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting, like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Bruncy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz. It's Michael Bruntz. Michael Bruntz. Now we get to talk to Michael Bruntz.
Quick follow-up on our conversation, how Connor Stallions could have ended up on the Central Michigan sideline. We got a call off the air from someone I know who has been around Nebraska athletics for many, many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
Long time. That said that recently Nebraska has stepped up their efforts to just police their sidelines. And I know that they have in recent years, and maybe Bruncy, you can fill us in a little bit on this too. It's been a long time since I've been down on the field, but haven't they been a little more restrictive in recent years? And this isn't just a Matt Rule thing on who can get down on the sidelines during games than it used to be?
Yeah, pregame, there's just a lot. There's a lot more people down there now.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that are not like media. I mean, there's, I don't know, there's like boosters or alums. I mean, there's just a lot of people. I know they've got now that they're coming out of the, what direction is that? Northeast end zone, northeast corner. They've got that whole area blocked off now. And so you can't even get in there as media members. So it just seems like there's a lot more people down there, and you're kind of restricted in the areas you can go to. They don't let you in the bench area anymore, and you need to be able to walk through there. So that's actually been within the last year or so that they started doing that.
Interesting.
Bruns, I don't mean to bury the lead. Was Sunday the happiest day as a Broncos fan since the Super Bowl?
I think that was the first time that Denver's beaten them since Steve DeBerg was quarterback. In Denver,
Feels like
I
it.
think.
Yeah. Or Craig Morton.
Yeah, Craig. That might have been Craig Morton. Maybe I'm confusing my quarterback. Yeah, that was probably one of the more unexpected wins that I think Denver's had that I can remember. So it was enjoyable. I don't know what it means for the trajectory of the season or the franchise, but finally, you don't come into Denver's house and push them around 17 straight times, apparently.
The 17th time is enough. The line stops here. No more.
Fool me 16 times. Shame on me.
Yeah. Special teams on Saturday.
Yeah.
They had a great day and they had a bad day.
Yeah.
All in the same day. And I know Ed Foley, he spoke today. It just seems like, you never poo-poo when you return your first, block field goal for a touchdown in a decade. And, you never want to poo-poo that. But it's just been a wacky year.
Yeah.
that just continues for this side of the football. What did Ed Foley have to say about that today? Yeah, Ed Foley is with you on the punt return issues. He's right there with you. They're working on it, he says. And I think Billy Kemp not being back there hurts. I think Alex Bullock was definitely having issues with the wind. And I was kind of watching, and you could see down below where some of the coaching staff was, and it almost seemed like it was like he was being told to let it bounce. Like that's how bad it was. So that they got to get that figured out. You got to at least get to a Panico level where you're at least fair catching it. And I think they've looked good in other spots. I mean, Tristan Alvano is now 4 of his last 5. He kicked the crap out of that 55-yarder and looked pretty comfortable doing it, which is I think is a good sign. Today, I was curious to hear him kind of talk about Brian Buschini, because I think, probably most fans would say he's had an inconsistent year, mishit some balls and things like that. But, Ed Foley said that a lot of his kicks have been, where they've kind of asked him to kind of place it more than just kind of booming it. And he's had a good year. Brian Buschini was talking. He talked today too about how he felt like he's been hitting it pretty well too. So I think maybe that flies in maybe what most people would say watching games. But the field position thing, Nebraska's been better at it. But certainly the fumbles that they've had, the potential game-changing plays for the worse that they've been able to avoid. You kind of like to see those happen a little less and just be a little bit more boring in that phase of the game. And I think they're getting to that. But I think for the most part that group has been okay. It's just the really bad plays. You've got to find a way to knock those out.
Hey, Bruns, go into the offense. Matt Rule mentioned yesterday when kind of talking about things that they still have the number 1 rushing offense in the conference, and he used it to make a point, which I enjoyed the point that he was making, but it caused me to kind of look into the running game a little bit deeper again, and you notice that they haven't had a 200-yard plus rushing game in a handful now, going back even before Michigan. It is still first in the conference, but I wonder if you still believe in their ability to run the ball, just given that it has not been as consistently solid as it was in the month of September.
Yeah, I would need to dig into those numbers a little bit more too. I mean, they're up there in terms of big play runs, and I think that kind of skews it a little bit.
Yeah.
For the season overall. I mean, I think what they need to find is, and this is a good example of it in that game against Purdue. You'd have to be able to just turn around and hand the ball off. I mean, that's it. I mean, you got to hand it off to Emmett Johnson, hand it off to Anthony Grant, and be able to rely on that. And, I think they're still searching for that. They're going to be playing close games. You can't rely on Heinrich Harburg to be the only guy doing it. I mean, I think you're seeing the hits he's taken this season kind of pile up. He's running a little bit more carefully, I think, than maybe he was at the start of the season. And I think some teams have kind of figured out the option game a little bit more with what Nebraska's done. So I think Rule was kind of citing that as an example of the offensive line's improvement. I think they have been more steady, but I think you just need to find something, whether that's Emmett Johnson kind of salting the game away, or somebody that you can rely on at the end of games to feel better about about the rushing offense right now. I mean, they have been good in fits and spurts, but can you rely on it in November over the last 4 games is going to be a huge test of what they're able to do.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. The through line in yesterday's press conference from Matt Rule was about, expectations, and it was, really staying focused on that week's opponent, and then he drew conclusions between how Northwestern and Michigan State kind of kindred spirits, a little bit of turmoil, having to overcome all of that. It almost seemed to me as if Matt Rule was warning everybody about a potential trap. Could I talk you into Michigan State being a trap game?
You could. I mean, you absolutely could. I mean, I don't get the sense that that Nebraska is a team that is getting too far ahead of itself. Like I talking to the players, I mean, I don't think anybody feels like they've arrived. I mean, I think they know that they've kind of, had to win some tough games. And I think from that standpoint, you are not going to catch Nebraska looking ahead at, this game thing or what's potentially out there for them over the last 4. I think what is a little concerning is, you have a Michigan State team that I think is pretty good up front on defense. I mean, I think they can give Nebraska's running game some issues. I think they've got some athletes in certain spots that can also hurt Nebraska. And, Nebraska to this point this season has done just enough to, allow opponents to stay in games and to, not kind of take an opponent out of the game when the opportunity is there. I mean, the early fourth quarter against Illinois is a great example of that. Kind of similar with the second half against Purdue, where the other team is just kind of ready to pack it in, head to the locker room, and get back on the plane. And Nebraska hasn't kind of taken care of business in a really clean way. And I think Michigan State is this kind of team. They're prideful. They've got some talent, and if you allow a team at home to kind of hang around, that's where it gets a little scary. So, yeah, I mean, I absolutely think that this game is fraught with a little bit of danger. And even though Michigan State's been really, really bad at times this year, I think Nebraska's probably in for a 4-quarter game. And I think Matt Rule is kind of preparing everybody, his team, his coaching staff, for that kind of a day against a team that, most people outside the program are probably overlooking. But I don't think that they are over in the coaching offices right now.
Brun, speaking of preparing things, have you prepared yourself for the idea of Chubba Purdy coming in if Nebraska needs to go to quarterback number 2 instead of Jeff Sims? Have you closed the book on Sims as a guy that would come off the bench moving forward?
Chubba. Yeah, I mean, I think I think there was a lot of intrigue going into last week about what Jeff Sims was now that he's healthy. Something's still not right there, and it's not a health thing. I mean, I think it's between the ears. I think you probably have to look at Purdy. I mean, he's Matt Rule says he's healthy. It says he's looked good the last couple weeks. And if you had to go to one of the two, I mean, I think you would probably have to. I think you'd call your offense a little bit differently. I mean, I don't think that he's necessarily the same caliber of runner as Heinrich Haarberg or Jeff Sims, but I mean, I think that's more of a possibility than I would have thought going into that Purdue game. I mean, it's when you only have a small handful of plays to go on, and nothing looked any different with Jeff Sims. I mean, that's a big concern. So, yeah, I mean, I at this point, I think I would almost be a little bit surprised if Chubba Purdy didn't go in there if they needed him to ahead of Sims. I would almost consider that a bit of an upset.
Michael Bruns, Husker247.com. Brunsy, thank you as always. Congratulations to the Broncos. It was one of the rare bright things that happened on a terrible, rotten, gloomy Sunday, a no good Sunday, but it was the one bright, shining light. on that
Yeah,
day.
that's
Thank you, Denver.
that's 2 in a row now, guys. Look out.
That's true.
Also, Brunts, it was a great Sunday regardless of what happened in the late afternoon window. I enjoyed the noon window. I enjoyed it.
Well, but Josh likes bad things. We know this. That ain't bad.
That explains it.
Brunsy, take care. Thanks.
Bye, Brunts.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, bye.
Michael Bruntz of Husker 24/7. Still to come, Michael Haas will join us from the Cedar Rapids Gazette. Kirk Ferentz had his press conference today. I've during the last couple of breaks, I've been trying to skim through some of the answers. It doesn't seem like this was a consensus decision.
Oh, really? Interesting. That
Right.
surprises me.
I mean,
because he signed his name on the release yesterday and all. Oh, wait, he didn't.
No, he did not.
He did not.
He did not.
No.
But there may be some other things to talk about with Mike.
I look forward to this conversation.
And he'll join us in just a few. But coming up next, I got a calendar reminder today about our baseball pick.
Lupus. Oh no,
John, no, we don't have
we
to
can
do
skip
this.
it.
Yes.
We can skip it.
It's October, John. It's not.
It is October.
The month
The
of
World
October,
Series.
The month of October means
The
football.
World Series. It means the World
Why are
Series.
you trying to ruin my favorite day of the year?
Yeah.
Why do you want to make me
Look
sad?
at how into Halloween he is.
Look how not-
John, look at his outfit. He's wearing the same thing he always
Have you
does.
guys not noticed that I haven't been as depressed today?
No.
Well, I have been
Wow.
slightly less
Are
depressed.
you telling
today.
me that, how do you know that you didn't fare well in our picks?
Because I know who I picked. I remember who I picked.
Mm.
Well, we'll continue, but got a lot more to come on 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Hi, this is Kathy Kenoyer. 'Tis the season at Glass House Market within Kenoyer Garden Center. We'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market, where you'll find a perfect gift for that special someone or the Christmas decor you've been wanting. Join our family for this year's open house, November 4th and 5th, to help us celebrate the holiday season. Glass House Market, located within Kenoyer Garden Center on 66th Street between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Kenoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
Here's today's Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Nebraska football defensive coordinator Tony White gave a brief scouting report on the offense of Michigan State.
I got a lot of respect for that running back. I remember in my last school that he was running back there, and he was a dynamic player. He's a really, really good player, runs hard, all that stuff. They got a really big offensive line. They got 2 tight ends that one of them is a really powerful blocker, and then the other one plays on the basketball team. Give me a break. That's ridiculous.
Special teams coordinator Ed Foley says they need to get better at punt returning.
We need to work on that unit across the board. That's not like, well, we had a tough game last game. That's kind of something that we've been trying to work on and get better. And to be honest with you, I like some of the things that we're doing on special teams. I don't like where we are on returning.
For The Zone, I'm Matt McMaster.
The Husker Max Practice Report, brought to you by Tickets for Less on 1180 and 1620 The Zone.
Attention all you Husker football fans. This season, get ready to cheer on your Huskers like never before. Tickets for Less is offering an exclusive deal that'll have you jumping out of your seat. Use the promo code THEZONE and save big on Husker tickets for every game, home and away. From the electrifying home opener to intense conference matchups, Tickets for Less has you covered. Don't miss a single moment of the gridiron action. Visit ticketsforless.com today. Use promo code THEZONE and secure your seat to witness the Huskers live on the field this season. Hurry, this offer won't last forever.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel. They make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Johnny, you a fan of Halloween? The movie.
Well, we had it in the movie club or one of the.
We had one of the. We never had one of the good one. We
One
did all
of,
the.
we didn't have the Rob Zombie one.
No, we had the original one.
We did?
Yeah, we did the original one.
Okay.
I think.
Did we?
I don't know. I think we just did the crappy ones.
Well, we did. No, I think it was the wife and I that watched the
Yeah, I've
original
watched it recently, but
yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It does what it does. Has nothing to do with our baseball picks, though.
It just.
I mean, it kind of does. I'm scared. Josh, are you?
At the beginning of the year, we were each given fake $100 to place on baseball futures bets to see who would do the best. And we have the results because, shockingly, none of us had this World Series matchup.
What?
Shockingly, none of us.
But
had
this was such a likely
World's-
matchup.
It was such a likely matchup.
Hmm.
But Josh,
yeah,
this was yours. You had a nice payout on the Braves getting the best record in baseball.
$30
on a $5 bet.
Yeah, I know, but if I would have done more money, I could have just done all of my money on that one.
Yeah, it's amazing thing about betting is you can always do better in hindsight.
That's true.
You also had this will be a common theme, by the way. The A's having the worst record. You placed a $5 bet there, won $18.50. You also fell into the trap of thinking the Angels were going to make the playoffs.
I wanted it, John. I was
remember when they were in the playoff hunt, and then they made those big trades,
Hey.
and then it all fell apart.
Why are
in
you
like
so
10
mean?
days.
Why
Stop
do you-
being Shohei hurt himself.
Yeah, John.
I'm not even talking about him.
Man, I'm happy that the Cowboys rocked the Rams on Sunday. That was nice.
Do you laugh at every player who needs Tommy John surgery?
Whoa. I
Yes,
never said
he does.
anything about Shohei. I was talking about how the Angels basically
the
made
season
all
needed
these.
Tommy John surgery, John.
We both know that you're not laughing at the Angels' bad luck, John.
Oh, I'm laughing at the Angels.
Yeah.
I am definitely laughing at the Angels.
What else did I do?
Yeah, the Royals over 68 wins.
Hepper, you jerk.
Yeah, you were all in on the Padres.
Yeah, that was a mistake. Why were we high on the Padres before the year?
Well, you were high on the
Why were people high on the
because they have a
Padres?
lot of talent.
Tatis?
Tatis.
You did have Ohtani winning the Cy Young.
No,
which really,
but then his arm broke.
Then his arm broke.
Well, it was his ligaments, right?
So out of $100 in
Muscles.
bets,
Yeah,
you
it
made
wasn't-
$48.50.
I made negative $48.50.
Well, but that's your winnings. You lost $51.50.
Cool. Okay, so I did bad.
Uh,
Hey, you did worse, idiot.
No, I did
made
better.
You made negative $56.
No, that's not a negative.
It's just
That's
a
bad.
separation.
It's a separation. I'm sorry. It's a separation. It's not a
What?
negative.
What does that mean? What is a
It's just
separation?
like a
Like
separation.
a colon. It's a separation. It's
Like
not negative 50.
John's total winnings.
Oh,
Yeah,
wait.
yeah.
So real quick, go back to me.
Yeah,
so
yours
I'm-
is you made 48.50.
Oh, okay.
You made 48.50.
So I was up.
No.
Oh,
No,
but
you
then I
spent
was
100
down.
and you got
You spent 100. Your payout was 48.50.
Yeah,
You
so I lost 52.
51.50.
Okay, so you lost $44.
I lost $44.
Okay.
I did have the
Oh, I'm
Cardinals
scared
under
to say
88 wins. I had the Cubs over 76 wins.
Nice.
And I too had the A's to have the worst record.
Man, we nailed that one, didn't we?
But I had an Ohtani future.
Which one did you have for his arm to
That
fall
he and
off?
Corbin Burns would each get 200 strikeouts. That didn't happen.
Who screwed it up? Both of them.
Both of them. Well,
because who's Corbin Burns?
He's one of the Brewers' aces.
I don't believe that that's a real person. It's
not a real
person.
Nah, he's Connor Stallions' brother.
We're like Corbin.
I also bet that the
Burns.
Yankees would win the AL East. The Yankees had their worst season in years, and I picked them to win the AL East.
We were high on the Yankees at the beginning.
A lot of people were, Nick. Yeah, that was stupid of us.
And then there was Nick.
Oh, no.
What the hell?
Nick, because he bet more on the A's to have the worst record. We only placed a $5. He put 15 on the A's, and because of that, he made $55 on that one bet.
Thanks for sucking, A's.
Then
this is gross.
he, unlike a lot of other people, thought Aaron Judge would have a regression year, and he did.
Because he missed so many games.
Yes.
Good job, Nick. You knew that he was going to get hurt.
Baseball boy. Do I get baseball boy of the week?
You get baseball guy of the week.
Hell yeah.
Because you only lost $26.17.
Hell yeah.
Good job, Nick.
I can afford an antenna.
Dave Fight right, 1620, the math. Yes, we were told there would be no math. Why didn't we do this just for baseball? Why didn't we do this before the college football season or the pro football season? I actually know those sports.
This is a fun
Not
exercise.
based on what your predictions record has been the last few years.
I am turning it around this year, though, John.
You're trying.
I'm doing a good job.
You're trying.
I did
definitely
well
trying.
this weekend.
You're trying.
I think I did well.
Well, because we usually we do that in exchange for pick all the divisions in football.
That's true.
We pick the champions.
But I know
in
we should
football.
we should put some pretend money behind it next
Well,
time.
I only picked
then
half the
remind
divisions.
us next
Yeah,
time.
Nick only picked half of
I
the
only did the
divisions
AFC.
because he picked half of the NFL games this year. You remember the exercise
I
Nick
do.
went through? The
I do.
3-hour exercise of going
I do
game by
remember that.
game.
I did it
remember
the
that.
most roundabout way you could.
if you remind us
All
next
right,
year,
next year.
we can do
It's
that.
so funny. I was actually thinking about this last weekend because I was like, hey, I wonder how our baseball bets did. And I was like, probably terrible.
I put a calendar.
Then I was
reminder
like,
for
why
today.
didn't we do one for football this year?
Well, we've
fun
done
for
the
football.
baseball one for the last couple of years.
That's true. It's a way to force me to talk baseball.
I wonder how we're doing with the NFL one so far.
Our predictions?
Yeah, our predictions. I know those are just playoffs, but
It
you know,
really doesn't matter.
if the season were to end today, guys,
If the season were to end today, the Seahawks would win the NFC West. Wow.
Well, that's until Chase Young shows up. Starts
Yeah, if you've missed this, Chase Young is now on the 49ers.
for a third round.
For a
draft
third
pick.
round pick. What
Unbelievable.
the hell?
By the way, now the Rangers won last night, but it came at a price. Max Scherzer had to leave the game early, and Adolis Garcia, who has been Mr. Everything this postseason, he is hurt, and not sure if he's going to be back,
folks.
That would be a huge loss in the middle of that lineup because he has just been everything throughout Walker at the plate last night. Who, by the way, you're supposed to look at your third base coach. So you didn't see it last night, but it was like the third inning.
Yeah.
Diamondbacks had a runner at second with one out. Ball gets hit to right field where Garcia, who has a great arm, is waiting for it. And Christian
went
Walker went trying to go second to home.
And he got tagged.
And you watch the replay.
And his coach is like,
his coach is putting up the stop sign.
Stop.
This dude is like looking down at the ground.
oh.
He's
so
not
he, so
looking
he
at
didn't
it.
even see it.
He did not see the
Because
sign.
I thought it was
Went
going to be
right through it.
Because Bryce Harper did that. I don't remember if that was in the DS or the CS. I think it was in the DS where
I have
not
DS.
not a Nintendo.
No.
Where he blew through the stop sign. Now
Yeah.
he scored though.
Now, sometimes people just ignore
They
it
do-
because
yeah.
I've got a head of steam and I'm not stopping. No, Walker just flat out didn't look at it. Just
Interesting.
did not look at it.
Interesting.
Now, it ended up being, who knows how it would have played out after that. It ended up being 3-1 the final, but we'll see what happens. If Garcia is not playing, that would suck because he's been fun to watch.
Yeah, Nick was saying the same thing before the show too.
You're such a jerk.
Well, how am I a jerk? I'm rooting for Texas. Nick and I can't talk about baseball before the show.
Yeah, let's talk about baseball.
I'm sure you were talking about baseball before the show.
We were. Josh, how about that slider?
See, Nick, you gotta
the sweeper. We saw that.
There we go. See, yeah, you got to make it a little more realistic. Look, I'm rooting for Texas. I want this to be the beginning of the year of Dallas teams that are actually located in Arlington winning champions.
Well, that ain't gonna happen.
That's what I want, John. Michael, not severe, says, Josh, you can take your $48 and pay Nick to mow your lawn. That's
no,
true.
you're gonna have to.
I still have to find $2
borrow
more.
$2. You have to find $1.50.
$2.
So you can make that money back. All right, coming up next, Michael Oss will join us. So Kirk Ferentz spoke today.
Yes,
after,
he did.
And
things are a little awkward.
Things are a little awkward. And remember, Iowa is 6-2, and they are right there. I mean, they control their destiny.
Dude, they
control their destiny for the West
When you
Division.
consider how good their defense is and their schedule the remainder of the year, dare I say that they are in the driver's seat right now. Plus, they own the tiebreaker over Wisconsin. I would say they should. I mean, they probably have the best odds on FanDuel right now. Again, just given that they are in the driver's seat. 1620. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah. Well, we'll find out what's the latest over there, and you can enjoy the Iowa Schadenfreude next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. Caller 4 right now, 402-951-1620. Qualifies for 1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em. It's your chance to pick 4 football games correctly against the spread to win $1,620. Call 402-951-1620. Call now to qualify with 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Accident to report out in Papillion if you're traveling on Cape Hart Road. There is an accident east of 48th Street, and there will be medics and fire department on the scene. So you will see some delays if you want to take an alternate route. And still moving a little bit slow westbound on Dodge between I-680 South and 120th Street. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Signworks.
Since 1935, businesses all around Omaha have trusted one sign company with their visual branding, Signworks. We design, manufacture, and install signs of all kinds, including high-tech message centers like the new installation at Steelhouse Omaha. We can make your sign too. Signworksomaha.com.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Let's watch the game at DJ's. Nick Hanley here for my friends at DJ's Dugout. Football is in full swing. College football, pro football. Watch your favorite team at DJ's. Great food, great drinks, great service. Plus, DJ's casual, comfortable atmosphere and huge TV walls are an Omaha tradition. Let's watch the game at DJ's, Omaha's hometown iconic sports bar for 30 years. Locally and Vietnam veteran owned with 7 metro area locations. Dig in at the Dugout.
Good boy. At Cox, we think all customers deserve a reliable connection. So whether you're a loyal customer who's been with us for years, or you're new to the family like this little guy, you'll get the same great deals on the same great internet. And no matter who you are. See how you can save at cox.com/deals for all. Other restrictions apply. All rights reserved.
Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro provide quality and caring dentistry for the entire family in a friendly, relaxed environment at the northwest corner of 144th and Dodge. New patients are always welcome. Look no further than Doctors Bimbo and Vince Petro, dentistry for the entire family.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
Attention sales professionals. NRG Media is looking for an accomplished business-to-business salesperson who wants to take their success and skills to a new level. Is this you? Our account executives work with local businesses to create marketing plans to help them get more customers. On air, digital, on-site, audio, video, it's all part of what you could sell. A sales career with NRG lets you make a real difference. Get more info and apply online at nrgmedia.com. NRG Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Well,
the
friends,
spooky music?
we're so used to. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you going to
I
say?
was just gonna ask Nick where the spooky music was.
It seems like an important conversation. I didn't want to open the guest with the monster mashed.
Could have played the Friday the 13th music or something.
You could have. Because after all, it used to be if we wanted drama, all we had to do was talk about the Huskers. There's no drama.
There is no
Really?
drama. It's very odd.
So we have to look elsewhere for our drama.
Mhm.
Well, there's enough to spare over in Iowa right now. Again, yesterday, Brian Ferentz was told that he is done at the end of this season as the offensive coordinator. The drive for 325 is now just going to be a weird footnote in history.
Yes.
But Kirk Ferentz, the head coach and father of Brian, spoke today at his press conference. And needless to say, there's still some questions to be answered on how all of this went down. So let's go to one of the esteemed journalists over at Iowa. He is the dean of Iowa sports writers, but you can just call him Mike. Mike Halas of the Cedar Rapids Gazette.
Yeah, how about giving me a few minutes of Monster Mash?
There you go, Nick. See?
Hit it. See? Hit it. See?
Mm-hmm.
It works fine.
It does indeed.
Mike, how are things on this Halloween?
Talk over it.
And suddenly, to my surprise,
I'm curious, Mike, why the timing right now?
Well, that's one of the many $64 million questions. All I can do is theorize because I sure don't know. And it was
Right.
asked both Ferentz and the interim athletic director, Beth Getz, today, and neither gave an answer. In fact, there were a lot more questions than answers. I mean, I guess I personally think that powers that be at Iowa were tired of being a laughingstock. And this thing has dragged on for a long time, and it's just every week, and it seems like everywhere where they write about or talk about college football, they've been getting their digs and mockery in on the Iowa offense. And at some point, that, I think, leaves a real mark that Ajax can't get off, and so maybe there was that. It's like we can't afford to be a laughingstock anymore. Let it be known that this is going to end and we're going to do something different. Maybe there was that. Maybe there was. Maybe it was the interim athletic director letting the world know who she is. The word interim is attached to her title. There's a lot of assumption here she's going to get the job, but who's to say that maybe another university or 2 or 5 wouldn't look at this and say, there's an athletic director with some courage and with some conviction, and maybe we should look at her. And so I don't know. I mean, these are things I'm theorizing about, but I sure can't give you anything concrete.
Mike, I want to go back to something you said at the beginning of the answer, and that is this becoming a laughingstock. It kind of hit me again yesterday how wide this story has become when on my way home from announcing a basketball game, I fired up my podcast app and there were emergency pods in there from national esteemed college football journalists about the firing or pushing out, whatever we want to refer to this as, after the season for a football team that is good for sure, but certainly not in the playoff race. Are you surprised that this story has turned into such a widespread conversation in a sport where we so often focus on the blue bloods? This has taken up a lot of words and column space for now 2 months in the season, not to mention everything before that.
Well, no, I'm not surprised. It's a diversion. It's an easy target. It makes people laugh. I mean, outside of the state of Iowa, everybody gets a good chuckle out of it. I think that follows college football. And it's just such a strange thing. I mean, the numbers of the offense. They were terrible the last 2 years. This year they're worse. I mean, they're last in the country in total offense. In the country. They're last in the country in first downs. They average 12 first downs a game. They're last in the country in pass completion percentage. It's ridiculous that they're 6-2. You know, and how easily they could have been 7-1 if not for the fair catch, non-fair catch, invalid fair catch heard around the world.
Michael,
So, I think there are a lot of elements here, and on top of that, of course, is the fact that the offensive coordinator is the son of the head coach and was had an amendment to his contract that they had to average 25 points a game this year, which they're not going to do.
Michael Asser of the Cedar Rapids Gazette joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. As we mentioned, Kirk Ferentz had his press conference today, and you mentioned earlier, you know, we may have more questions now than actual answers based on some of the answers that he gave. And again, I was skimming through the Q&A in terms of the transcript. It seems like I thought maybe yesterday there was a chance that there was some mutuality to the decision. It doesn't seem like there was any mutuality to the decision. This was Beth Getz working and Kirk Ferentz reacting.
There's mutuality. And it's the first time I believe I've ever used that word. But I also wonder, you know, were there people above Beth Getz who helped this along?
Mm-hmm.
Funny things happen in the university system. I don't know that, but it's a heck of a bold move for an interim athletics director to do on her own. In her statement, she said that the school president was in the meeting with Getz and with the two Ferentzes over, you know, when this conversation was held, and she told them what was going to happen. Ferentz, and maybe the most interesting thing he said all day in the press conference, said that something about that wasn't 100% accurate, which I have no idea what that means. You know, Ferentz refused to trip himself up or to say anything he was going to regret. Smart guy. Always has been, obviously, always will be. And he also employs a public relations firm, and they don't usually have somebody with him at his Tuesday press conferences, but the head of that firm, the founder of that firm, was there today.
Interesting.
And I'm sure that she drilled it into him, you know, don't go off. Don't be too angry. Don't say anything that you're going to regret. You know, hang on. Then Getz watched that from the back of the room, and when Ferentz was done, he walked back toward his office. She was standing near the door. They exchanged a handshake, and then she met the press. She did not go to the podium. She did not want to go to the podium. I think that Iowa's sports information people tried to get her to do it, and she didn't want to do it. So she stands off on the side, and there's a semicircle that was about 4 rows deep, and she gave a lot of non-answers. So, you know, to me, I love it. I love it. It's like, good. The less information you give us, the more speculation that we're free to do.
Good point.
You know, yeah, you basically said anything and everything's possible. Go ahead. But you know, and I'm sort of half serious about that. I mean, obviously, but at the same time, you can't tell me that there's not that Kirk Ferentz feels the same way about the University of Iowa today that he did a week ago.
Mm.
And adding to this is the fact that I don't think another season with his son as the offensive coordinator was the least bit tenable. The decision that came down yesterday is widely supported by the fan base from everything I've sensed and heard. And barring a turnaround of epic proportions here in the last 4 regular season games in the postseason, you don't change that. They've got offensive problems. I just don't know, if they can get through the next 4 games with 3 wins, I think it's amazing. And the 4 teams they're playing, and no offense, Nebraska, the 4 teams left on their schedule are mediocrity.
Yeah.
But the way Iowa plays on offense, any mediocrity, if it plays a good game, will beat them.
Mike, what do you think, speaking of speculation, what do you think this means for Ferentz in the short term, and what does it mean for him in the long term? Kirk, that is.
I don't know. I mean, I know he absolutely loves coaching, and for a lot of good reasons. I mean, he loves teaching. He loves working with players. He loves the camaraderie and all that. I mean, he's a major college football coach, so they all have the same basic DNA. But football isn't just his job. I mean, it's his existence. I once asked him, this was 7 or 8 years ago, I asked him if, I think he'd been there 17 years at the time. I said, if the state had a law that after 17 years, of working at a state institution, you had to take a 1-year sabbatical, what would you do? And he told me he'd go around the country and watch football practices. Not the thing I would have chosen, but, whatever you love is whatever you love. Yeah, so I think that he had wanted to do this indefinitely if surrounded by the people he wants to be around. And now they're telling him he's got to replace his son. That's got to sour the way you look at your workplace for the rest of your life. And he was evasive today when asked about his future, which is not atypical, but there wasn't that gleam in his eyes or that positivity in his voice.
Michael Oss, Cedar Rapids Gazette. Final thing from me. Beth Getz, she's been the interim AD for a few months now. What is the timetable on when a final decision is made? And do you think that perhaps that timetable is coming very near a conclusion, and maybe that's one of the reasons why she acted as she did, so that influential people who have a say in that would look more favorably on her? Well,
They've artfully dodged pinning down a timetable. They said early next year. She was an athletic director at a Division I university when she came to Iowa early last year at Ball State. She had been in high positions at Minnesota and Connecticut. And she wasn't going to leave an AD job at Ball State to be a deputy. She was a deputy sports editor at Iowa. She wasn't going to leave an AD job to be a deputy sports editor anywhere. Not sports editors, athletic director. But indefinitely, So I have to wonder, were their promises made? I don't know. I also have to wonder, Ohio State needs an AD, maybe. There's always somebody who needs an AD, it seems like. So would somebody else look at what she has just done and say, that's a pretty strong athletic director candidate right there. That's somebody who's got some backbone and is willing to do something, with a Hall of Fame coach who's been here a quarter century. Maybe that's the kind of person we need. I don't know. It's all just speculation at this end, but she's going places, and the question is if this is the place. And I think she made a lot of fans this week. I really do.
Well, if she didn't make a lot of fans in Iowa, she made a lot of fans everywhere because of all the attention paid to this story and how this seemed like a decision that was way overdue. It should be Going to be a very interesting last 4 weeks in this division.
Yes.
This division's going out with a blaze of glory or a blaze of some kind. Should be fun.
I think I'm making this call from my car, and I see an open sewer, and I think that's where the division's going. Now, give me some more Monster Mash.
All right, hit
Come on, Nick.
Oh no, I didn't have it queued up. I'm sorry.
When the guest asks for music, you give it. Now you've
now
closed
he's closed
everything.
everything crashed, Mike. It's like the Big Ten West.
I wasn't expecting it.
Just hit some more spooky music then.
Your listeners have every reason to riot.
I agree. Mike Halas, Cedar Rapids Gazette. Mike, it will be no lack of interesting stuff over the last few weeks. We appreciate the time.
Thanks.
You bet. Mike Halas, Cedar Rapids Gazette.
Travis, does anyone else keep thinking this guy sounds like the Cedar Rapids version of Sipple? Is he Iowa Steve Sipple?
Cedar Sipple?
Because Tim May is Ohio State Steve Sipple.
Could be.
There's a Sipple in every market.
Could be. But again, you read through the transcript, and at every turn, and they did not allow players to speak today.
No, they did not. And that makes sense. I don't think you want to put a player in a position after a day like yesterday.
Probably.
After the game, it's, I think it should be fair game again after their upcoming game over the weekend. But today, I think it's fine.
One question was, are you definitely returning next year?
To Ferentz,
and
to
Ferentz
Kirk.
said, things are as they always are, to worry about this game and the bigger scale, bigger picture for these 4 games. That's where my focus has been the entire season. Obviously, there was more than 4 games a week ago, 2 weeks ago. That's what I think about. Each and every year, it's been pretty consistent, just like the other things I referenced. One of the interesting things that came out of it is, here it is. He was asked a question because he had mentioned it in his opening statement. And then the question was asked. It sounded like your frustration with the timing that happened before the end of the season, or with the decision itself, or both. So he's being asked, are you frustrated by the actual decision or the timing of the decision, or is it both? And Ferentz said, I would just say my policy has typically been to evaluate everything, players, coaches, in the postseason, because in season we have a lot on our plates. That's been the nature of it, and it's been that way probably since I started full-time in 1981. There's not enough time in the day. That's where our focus is. So
you asked the question to start the conversation. Why now?
Exactly.
And I think that was my first question too. That's the thing that I wonder about is why now? And I think that the answer that he theorized is probably the best. And that is that this had turned the program into such a punchline. Again, like they are not, first of all,
in all defense, it was a punchline months
ago. And John, they turned themselves into a punchline. You know,
when Gary Barta, the former athletic director, made the drive for 325 clause.
Correct.
It was a laughing stock. So
in the moment, it was a laughing stock.
Yeah, I was been the butt of this same joke.
Yeah.
For
however many
8,
months.
9, 10 months.
Yeah, and I've made this comparison before, but it really does make me think once again about the mystery metrics for Frost and how we never liked that. We never liked that it was something hidden. And man, it does in hindsight age very well that it was. Even though that didn't, didn't really seem like it was all that bad comparatively speaking to what Iowa had. But because this was a number and we knew what the number was, and that it turned into a meme and it turned into something that we were following and others were following on a weekly basis, and they were making graphics and putting music behind it. It made it very uncomfortable for that program. And it couldn't have been fun. It couldn't have been enjoyable, and at a certain point, it took over all of the dialogue. It took over every single conversation about, you couldn't discuss Iowa on the merits of the 2023 season.
No.
You had to begin with, and hey, how about the drive for 325? Hey, what's it like to cover this? Hey, what's it like to root for this? And so now they can move on, but yeah, it's like, okay, well, if now, why not do this before the season? And you know what? The answer is because they had a different athletic director. I would, venture to guess if they had this AD instead of their previous AD, that they would have never gotten into this position in the first place.
I mean, the Scott Doctormans, who we've talked to in the past, have always maintained that after this season, the likelihood of Brian Ferentz being back was very slim.
Yeah, I never thought he was going to be back.
So and again, that's a media member speculating.
Yeah.
But if you yourself thought that that was the case, the decision then could have waited to the end of the season. Because maybe he solves the problem for you by departing, or you sit down with the head coach and say, okay, how do we want to do this?
Yeah.
Right? But and here's the other part. Iowa was on a bye week or an idle week. Why wasn't this done last week?
That is a great question.
It's done the week of a game.
Yeah.
You had a week off last week.
Yeah.
If it's done last week,
at least it takes over the news cycle for that week instead of now.
Instead of now, it's all going to be about that.
Yeah.
Instead of the Northwestern game.
Yeah.
So I think if there's an area where you could be critical of Beth Getz for the timing, it's that, well, if you were going to do this, do it last week.
Correct.
And then you can get out from all of under that last week. And sure, maybe I don't think Ferentz had a media availability last week. Maybe he did. I don't know. Maybe he calls a special one last week. But then there's a better likelihood that the focus is more on the game this week. Now, no focus on the game.
Correct.
Again, I was reading through the Q&A. The first
it's not about the game.
The first dozen questions have to do with this, have nothing to do with the game.
Yeah. By the way, you began the interview by mentioning that usually the drama's here and now it's over there. John writes into the Equitable Bank inbox and says, way to go, jerks. Nebraska football had no drama this summer, and then you guys started talking about it, and the drama started. That was when I went and got married.
There was some drama this summer.
No, not before John said anything. John writes, Nebraska is again without much drama, is one win away from a bowl clinching 6th win, and you guys started talking about drama again. A 5-7 season
again,
is now on your head.
You losers
your
who are
head.
Tweeting at me at halftime saying, I can't believe you talked about the streak. I don't want to hear any of you celebrating that they won last week. You're a bunch of namby-pambies. Soft-ass namby-pambies.
Namby-pambies.
Oh, I'm so scared. I'm so scared of winning. Please don't say we might win because I'm scared of it.
You said they're drama-free. Here comes the drama.
They are drama-free. You know why?
They were.
Because Matt Rule runs a tidy ship.
He does.
And he's policing the sidelines and he's keeping people away.
Get him out of here.
I am confident in saying, outside of normal drama like an injury or something like that, there's not going to be any of these goofy-ass Nebraska-like dramas that we've seen the last umpteen years.
By the way,
those are done. They're in the past.
Put it on the
ancient
list.
days.
No more drama for Nebraska in 2023.
Get the eggs, Josh.
Should I put it on the list, John?
Get the
It's
eggs.
not a list item. By the way, that baseball player that got hurt or whatever.
Adolis Garcia?
Yeah, he walked through the clubhouse carrying a bat, says all is good.
Good.
He's not in the lineup, though.
Well,
according to Buster Olney.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if he's still able to play.
Are you allowed to use that bet? if you write
Adolis
on it?
Garcia. You might want to learn his name. He's pretty good.
Okay.
For
I was
you
gonna watch the thing tonight.
suffering Texas fans.
I'm not I'm a Royals fan.
Thought you were a
I
Pirates
always
fan.
thought you rooted for losers.
I don't get
By the
tri-
way, the total, which opened at 29.5
For the
Iowa
baseball
Northwest-
game tonight?
No, for
Wow.
Iowa Northwestern.
Yeah,
which
we're-
is at a baseball park. Wrigley
That's right.
Field.
It's at Wrigley Field.
31.5. So the number's been bet up at the FanDuel
Gee,
Sportsbook.
that's easy under now.
Well, it was probably an easy under at 29.5 too.
Riley says, is there any chance they saw the Northwestern upset and wanted to get ahead of this in the off chance that the offense ended up sinking Iowa to Northwestern? Let them say, yes, we know the offense is bad, but we fired him. Are they getting out ahead of a loss to Northwestern this weekend, John?
No idea.
Man, that'd be bad. That'd be a rough loss.
Well, Maryland just suffered a loss to
That's
Northwestern.
crazy. What the hell is happening? What a weird
The
sport.
Big Ten is happening. That's what's
Man,
happening.
we love football.
Not really.
I can't wait. What? Do you have any takes? Do you have any hot takes for this week, John?
Terrible sport.
Are we going to the market?
I even forgot about
Oh,
that.
man, you're so out on football. All right. Well, I went to the market myself.
Well, you can go to the market if you
Go
like.
to the market. I'll throw some takes
I'll
at
let
you.
Jim, you know
I'll
what?
throw some takes at your
I'll
face.
I'll let
My
Jim
face.
Harbaugh's hot takes in his press conference speak for me.
All right. I look forward to that.
We have a little bit of that coming up. Also, Dabo Swinney had some hot takes.
Oh,
I'll let him
yeah.
speak for me.
All right.
But when you need to haul the load, I mean, you really need to haul the load. Those of you who have work trucks, have work trailers, race haulers, or a fifth wheel, a big camper, and you need a vehicle that really hauls the load, well, new shipments of the Chevy Silverado 25 and 3500s are arriving daily at Woodhouse Chevy, and they are the trucks literally built to haul that big load. Find them at their 2 locations, Omaha and Missouri Valley, because with the Silverado 2500 and 3500, there's over 19,000 available pounds of towing with the gas engine options. And with that 6.6-liter Duramax diesel, that max towing number goes up to 36,000 pounds. That will get the job done. And the 24 Silverados also come with trailer side blind zone alert, HD rear vision camera, hitch guidance, and more. That makes getting the setup and pulling through traffic a breeze. See Woodhouse Chevy's ever-growing selection of Silverado 25 and 3500s right now by visiting woodhouse.com and find new roads to Woodhouse Chevy. Exit 75 off I-29 Missouri Valley or 112th and Dodge in Omaha.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
Hyannis? Thank God you had Terry Keneally, or we would not like you in Omaha. I'm telling you.
I feel like Nebraska City's one of us.
I mean, Hemingford? You should have just gone to Wyoming. Why did you insist on staying in Nebraska? Same with you people in Whitney. Just go to Wyoming.
Go consolidate your schools.
Yeah. You know what, Crawford? You're not good enough for Wyoming. Just go to South Dakota.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Clear to partly cloudy and cold tonight. Low temperatures dipping back into the lower 20s. Mostly sunny and a little breezy on Wednesday. High temperatures moderating into the lower 50s by late in the day. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom drain to time-saving traffic center. An accident out in Papillion at Capehart Road east of 48th. Medics and the fire department on the scene there, so you will see some delays if you want to find an alternate route at this time. And an accident I-80 westbound south of Q Street. That's causing stop-and-go traffic from I-680 exit 446. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Hey everyone, I just figured out a life hack. Saul's has a private selection of high-end designer pieces, and you can save up to half off luxury store prices. And Saul's buys your designer stuff that you don't want anymore. Smart high-end shoppers start at Saul's.
Did you know that radon is the #1 cause of lung cancer for non-smokers, and that our region has some of the highest levels in the country? Radon Defense Midwest can test and fix your home. Visit radonradio.com for an exclusive offer for 1620 The Zone listeners. That's radonradio.com.
Creighton Sports Update.
Hey, Blue Jay fans, it's volleyball and soccer season here at Creighton. So get your tickets and come out and support your Blue Jays. For tickets, go to Ticketmaster.com, gocreighton.com/tickets, or visit the office located at the Ryan Athletic Center. And that's your Creighton Sports Update.
1620 The Zone proudly supports Creighton Athletics.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil, only at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec High Mileage is formulated for today's engines with over 75,000 miles. Now get 5 quarts of Syntec High Mileage and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $34.99. Limit supply. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here with Dr. Lance Kugler of Kugler Vision. You know, it's been 5.5 years since I had my procedure done at Kugler Vision. I remember going in for the eye analysis and finding out, hey, there's something other than LASIK. That seems to be such a misnomer with so many people, but that's not always the case because there are actually 7 forms of modern vision correction.
Sure, yeah, and obviously LASIK is a huge part of what we do, but as technology improves over the years, over the decades, we continue to add different technologies that become better options for people depending on what they need.
Yeah, and one of the things that I found absolutely incredible was the eye analysis process. You want to know as much about anyone's eyes as you can, because that's how you figure out which of those procedures are going to qualify for.
Yeah, our eye analysis process is the most thorough evaluation of your eye that you can possibly have. We all have the same goal. We want you to see as well as you possibly can.
Schedule an eye analysis today. You can visit their website, KuglerVision.com.
Make the right call, fans. The Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Rooferees. This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And I'm going to hell for that.
The 1620, The Zone.
Time to go to the football hot take market.
For one of us.
Well, Josh made a long list.
I mean, I do have more written down than normal, even though I just have 2 takes, as always.
Go for it.
Hot
The floor
take,
is yours.
I believe. It's the 49ers defense and not Brock Purdy that's going to let them down this year.
Now, you wrote this before you found out about?
I did.
Chase Brown.
I wrote that. Chase Young.
Or Chase Young.
I wrote it last night. Either
That'd
way.
be funny if the Washington football team actually traded them a Chase Brown instead of Chase Young.
I like that.
Oh, my God, we got screwed.
I don't even know who Chase Brown is.
I don't either.
The offense, John, has issues right now, but a lot of that is squarely on turnovers. Even without their best lineman, even without Debo on Sunday versus Cincinnati, do you know that they averaged 8.2 yards per play? I believe they were the most efficient offense in the entire NFL this weekend in terms of yards per play. They just couldn't finish drives. And then they had, obviously, all of those turnovers. That said, though, the defense is getting roasted and toasted, and we're on Sunday. They've given up now 395 yards per game in this recent stretch of losses. But yes, I wrote this take before they traded for Chase Young, so I don't even know if I believe this take anymore. Did you know, though, going back to last week, and I meant to ask Furman about this, Todd and Payne were talking about it on their podcast. Apparently Shanahan's been sitting in on the defensive meetings lately. They've been moving the schedule around so he can sit in on the defensive meetings. They've lost. I mean, look, 2 great defensive coordinators have become head coaches in the last few years.
True.
Saleh in New York. And now I can't remember his name. He's down in Houston.
Oh, D'Amico.
Yeah. So if they're going to get bounced early, the defense is going to be why. At least that's what I thought 24 hours ago. We'll see. I don't know. I feel like this take's already aged pretty terribly. But I didn't think they were going to get Chase Young.
You think
He'll either be an all-pro player or he'll get hurt. That's the way of the 49ers.
Probably. I still think part of Sunday also came from the fact that Brock Purdy was hustled back too soon.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
And now some of it too could be timing. I mean, the Bengals are finally hitting their stride.
They look good.
Cleveland defensively, solid. And Minnesota on the road. Oh, by the way, though, the 49ers schedule is not going to get any easier.
No, it is not. It's very difficult now.
They can't just rely on a couple of willing opponents to pull their nose up on this.
Yeah.
They're going to have to pull their nose up through turbulence.
Now, you know what, in a way, I kind of want to change that hot take to the one that I can be talked into, and I want to change the next one into the one that I believe in. That is this. Oklahoma and Texas are about to play themselves out of the Big 12 championship game. The top of the league is bonkers right now. Oklahoma, Iowa State, Oklahoma State, Texas, and Kansas State are all 4-1. Kansas and West Virginia are right behind them.
Those clones.
At 3-2.
Oh, Maddie.
Incredible.
Maddie C.
Obviously, those stats are all in league play. Meanwhile, this upcoming weekend is huge for the 2 teams mentioned in the title of this segment. Bedlam is in Stillwater. Huge matchup. The last one for who knows how long between Oklahoma and Oklahoma State. Meanwhile, Kansas State, Chris Kleiman, on their way to Texas and the game in Austin this weekend. Either of those 2 teams, Oklahoma State and Kansas State, they might be the hottest teams actually in the league at this moment in time. The worst case scenario coming into the season for the league was Oklahoma and Texas playing for a title and a college football playoff berth. After this weekend, I don't even know if either of them will be in the driver's seat anymore.
Here's a hot take I can believe.
Okay.
The winner of Sunday's Eagles evil game.
No, the Eagles are the evil, John.
Will be the...
It's in their name.
They won't
evil
be necessarily by record. Well, they would be if it was Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But will be the presumed front runner in the NFC.
Don't put that on the Cowboys. Don't you dare.
No, I believe
Leave
this.
me alone.
No, I believe. No. You don't deserve to be left alone.
Leave me alone.
Now, the Lions obviously will be in there, but even if the Lions skate through the rest of their schedule, which is going to be very easy.
Very possible.
They won't feel, quote, battle-tested, and they won't have earned the cachet of just having been around it. I mean, the Cowboys and the 49ers have been in the playoffs in recent years. This is a whole new experience.
Eagles made the Super Bowl and lost in horrific fashion.
This would be a whole new, experience for the Lions. So the Lions could end up being the number one seed.
But you wouldn't buy it.
But, well, they'll be the number one seed by record. But in terms of when you look at the teams and who you would pick to win the NFC, it will come very possibly
from the winner of this game
on Sunday.
You're going to trust.
I know it's going to be early.
You're going to trust Dak. If Dallas wins, you're going to say, I believe in Dak. Wow. You call him Ack.
John says, what's his sleep number?
I'm not saying I buy him or believe him, but
can he be Joe Flacco? Could he have 1 month of really great football in January and February? Can he just do that?
That's 2 months.
It's 1 month, Nick.
January and February?
No, but if you start it on the 15th and you win it on the 11th, that's 1 month.
I mean, we can all pray that he falls apart.
No, he probably will. He will. They're not going to win anything. They're going to lose this weekend. Eagles are going to win the division.
Well, before we go to break,
and I'm going to cry.
Here is Jim Harbaugh.
Sad taco?
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh did his press conference yesterday. Now, Michigan's playing Purdue. They're going to be on NBC in prime time. Ooh.
Oh, my gosh. What are we doing?
But listen to, and by the way, Michigan does it a little differently. They call on the reporters, right? Unlike at Nebraska where it's just, and there's a moment in the middle of this where a reporter who had already been called on and asked his question then did a follow-up, and Harbaugh just does one of these where he's like looking over at the dude running the press conference saying, this should not be allowed. This is not a great look for Michigan and old Jimmy H. Watch this, or listen if you're on the radio, of course.
Jim, there was a report last night that you had a contract offer rescinded. Can you say if that's accurate or not?
I wouldn't say that's accurate, no. And the university has a policy. I think they made a statement right there.
Yes.
Of the policy on contracts and publicly talking about them. I think it was worded something like they don't comment about them until after they're done.
On the left, Ryan.
Jim, how do you think these allegations and investigations can possibly affect your legacy at Michigan as a coach?
Team's refreshed. I'm refreshed. Opportunity to spend time with the families after a pretty good week of practice last week. Got some things done, and we're in an onward mode. So I mean, to answer your question specifically, it's a one-track mind that I'm modeling, and I see it throughout the program.
Left, Tony.
Yeah, Jim, is it a head coach's responsibility to know everything that's going on in the program?
I think that question probably answers itself. I mean, I was forthright with the statement right away, but you're asking. Yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
On the left, Aaron.
Jim, there was a report last week there was an outside investigative firm that may have accessed some videos or files if you got your coaches. Do you know anything about that? And are you guys investigating how that came about?
Yeah, I'm not going to get it. I got a one-track mind. I'm not going to be speculating. Can let others speculate that on the various speculation that's out there. Would be unfair to the team to not just be coaching the team.
Do you believe anything was illegally obtained?
Just so you guys know, there's only certain things we can comment on, so we gotta move forward. This is not going to be very long. Andrew.
Jim, I've heard from a bunch of Michigan alums this past week who are not happy, in some cases embarrassed, seeing their school receive negative headlines. What would you say to them about what they're reading and seeing lately?
Just again, that's speculation. I would say everybody's entitled to their opinion. And
that's it.
Awkward.
That was so awkward.
Very awkward. Very awkward.
And like that smile he did when that dude off camera told everybody, it's like, yeah, there's only certain things we can talk about. Then he got that smug smile. Josh, why is your coach like this?
He is speaking like a guy who is up against it. And the interesting thing is, and man, you talk about an us against the world situation. But while the rest of the world's looking cross-eyed at Michigan and its media are fighting back. So at the very beginning of that press conference, the first question was about this contract. And there were reports over the weekend that the contract talks had gone sideways because of everything that had happened here. And that was Harbaugh at the beginning saying, oh, no, that's not accurate. That's not accurate at all. But, we can't talk about contracts. The Wolverine, which is where we got that video from, that's the On3 service that covers Michigan, says...
And this was today, right, that they reported? Yeah.
Yes. They are saying...
That's not true.
That everything is moving very quickly. In fact, the headline is Harbaugh extension moving forward and quickly. At a Tuesday morning meeting, all parties involved agreed to move forward on an extension that's been in the works for some time. Sources say it will include language on any potential NCAA issues that might arrive. We're told they came to a unanimous decision this morning to extend Harbaugh as soon as possible, with President Santaono asking that it be done immediately.
Guess that will either be proven true or false very, very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, because that would surprise me if they would want to move forward with that very, very quickly.
It would surprise me too. As we go to break, another coach, but this time he's getting attacked from his own fan base. And that would be Dabo Swinney. We'll have more on his exciting call-in show, but here's a little teaser as we head into break.
If you don't like how I run the program, don't be a fan. I don't care. But I'm the head coach, and I'm going to do what I believe is right for the long term of this program, what's best for the players, and what I think is best for the moment. If you got a problem with that, that's fine. But I'm not going to sit here and let you call. I don't give a crap how much money I make. You ain't going to talk to me like I'm 12 years old. You'd be freaking kidding me.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at Kugler Vision. Are you going to the game this weekend? Are you going to a game at any point over the next few months, year, whatever it is? You want to see all the action on the field, on the court, on the ice very, very clearly, and Kugler Vision can help you do so. I wore glasses for almost 20 years, and I reached a point where I said, I just don't want to do this anymore. Scheduled a consultation with Kugler Vision near the beginning of 2018, nearly 6 years ago now. I expected going in there that I was going to qualify, or that I was going to get rather LASIK. Found out, hey, it's actually about what you qualify for. Let's take a look at those eyes and see what would work best with them. Found out that it wasn't LASIK, it was PRK. Changed my life. They offer 7 total procedures there at Kugler Vision. Could change your life as well. Plus, they offer easy, affordable monthly payment options so you can get that vision fixed, and then you can still go to your favorite sporting events. Find out more information today by calling them at 402-558-2211 or visiting them at KuglerVision.com.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit, or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hey, Tapper for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and the NFL season is in swing. And guess what? FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has another deal for you right now. New customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's right, $150 if your team wins. So pick a heavy favorite if you want to, on the money line. It's $150 in bonus bets with the FanDuel Sportsbook. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time to get in on the action. It is right now. There's spreads, there's player props, there's anytime touchdown scores, but take a look at those money line bets and you can get your $150 in bonus bets right now. All you got to do is go to FanDuel.com/Happer and kick off the NFL season the right way with FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Hi, everybody. Kent Pavelka here with why I chose Everlevel Concrete Repair for my driveway. They do it all. They fix cracks, lift sunken slabs, protect the finished product from deterioration, and all at a fraction of the price of replacement. It's not a Band-Aid like other repair methods. Everlevel's products are designed to last, which is why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Better yet, it all comes with a transferable warranty. Protect your concrete before winter. Call Everlevel today for your free inspection. Everlevel, they make your driveway Everlevel. Level up.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call on the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make it fun and engaging, so you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. You can choose from topics like travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you speaking right away. In 3 weeks, you're able to start having conversations.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are designed by language experts and voiced by real native speakers, you'll get the accents just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
And now, try Babbel free at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
So we played you a little audio from the Dabo Sweeney call-in show. Last week at this time, we mentioned that Dabo said, you know what? Maybe we need to lighten the load on this bandwagon. We got too many people that feel entitled, which some folks looked at a little bit cross-eyed. Well, he got a call on his call-in show from a young fan who essentially said, you're not getting the job done. You're one of the highest paid coaches in America.
Do you remember the guy's name? Was it Tyler?
I believe it was Tyler. Kind of fired.
Tyler from Spartanburg.
Yeah, kind of fired off a lot of the things you hear from frustrated fans. And, well, that led old Dabo, who is used to pontificating, into a 5-minute long answer. Now, we're not going to play all of it, but I did clip a couple of highlights from his lengthy answer, his fire back at Tyler from Spartanburg. And a couple of things in here that are kind of relevant given the conversations that used to happen around these parts. Based on entitlement and having once been a great winning program. This first one is essentially just saying, hey, kind of a repeat of last week about maybe we need to lighten the load on the old bandwagon because it's fans like you that are part of the problem.
Let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year, And you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that do that. All you do is the appreciation, the expectation is greater than the appreciation. And that's the problem. And so, we've won 12, 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's happened 3 times in 150 years. So if you want to know why, Clemson ain't sniffed a national championship for 35 years. We've won 2 in 7 years. And there's only 2 other teams that can say that, Georgia and Alabama. Okay? Is this a bad year? Yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. But all this bull crap you're thinking, all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion all you want. And you can apply for the job. And good luck to you.
I always like it when people say that. Yeah, you know what? If you think you can do this job better, you go for it.
The thing that I imagine I'm going to think this with all the clips is this is what coaches probably want to say anytime they're doing one of these calls.
Yes.
And it's obvious that, Dabo reached a boiling point.
Yes.
He has had it up to here.
Yes.
With this up because he's right. If you go back in the last 7 years, there are only 3 programs that have won 2 titles, Clemson and Alabama and Georgia.
Correct.
Now, obviously, a follow-up would say, yes, but your last one was in 2018, which is now 5 years ago. So if you just go within the last 5 years, then you're not on that list. But I also
then he would go back to the expectation is greater than the appreciation.
100%. And that's, he has become the victim of his own success.
Sure.
If he doesn't win 2 national titles, but he's a very successful coach, this is a blip. Part of it too. Do you want to get back to the next one? But part of this with them in particular is his staunch refusal to, change his ways. Where it seems like the sport is passing them by. It was one thing when they took a little bit of a step back and lost in the title game, which they did after their last one. They lost the next year to LSU. Then the following year, they made it to the playoff again. They lost that time. And that was the last time they made the playoff. That was 2020 season. Who was their quarterback? Trevor Lawrence. Who's the other guy that won a natty? Deshaun Watson. Two first-round NFL draft picks. And now they're stuck in this rut, which I think part of it is their own doing, and part of it is it's really hard to win. Part of it's really hard to win. But the other part is, Alabama, they've made changes. They've gone into the portal. Georgia doesn't have to, but Georgia recruits a different way than Clemson does. Clemson was so much more about the small classes, the family atmosphere. You're going to want to stay. And when you're hitting on a million, when you're hitting on 2 quarterbacks in a row in particular, I know Kelly Bryant was in the middle of there, but when you're hitting on those 2 guys, it really does allow you to lift everything up. But when you miss on a quarterback and your offensive line was never that great comparatively speaking, and then you lose a Brent Venables, the margin for error, it was always there. They just haven't been able to sneak through.
Here's the second one, second clip from this answer from Dabo Swinney.
I used to tell people all the time, I'd say, what's the difference in Clemson? I'm going to tell you. At some places, there's an expectation, but at Clemson, there's an appreciation. And what's happened at Clemson is we've won so much that even when it used to be the fun's in the winning, now even when you win, people like you complain and criticize the coaches and question everything. People like you, all right, when I hired Tony Elliott to be the offensive coordinator who never called a play in his life, I'm sure you were critical then. All right. And he took us to 2 national championships. People like you who just love to destroy people with your comments. All right. I'm sure you've never made any bad decisions. I'm sure you've lived a perfect life. I'm sure you've led a bunch of people. I'm sure you do your job in front. So to answer your question, I started as the lowest paid coach in this freaking business. All right. And I'm where I am because I've worked my ass off.
And that was to defend because the part of the call was, hey, you make X $1 million, 11 million or whatever the number is, you're not worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Dabo saying, hey, I earned that money.
Yeah, I hate when people bring that up as a reason to be mad at the coach. He earned that. Obviously, he earned that because he brought
Now,
them
in the
two
case of
national championships.
Dabo, he actually earned it. Now, there are some where the market artificially raises the salaries for others who haven't earned it as much as Dabo.
Oh, you're talking like a Mel Tucker, for example,
Sure.
where he was able to make it. Now, did you see this? Did you see this? Did you hear about this? This Tyler guy, he did an interview with the Rivals Clemson site because
Yeah.
I just got an email from Kenny. What if the Dabo caller was a South Carolina fan troll? He is not. He is actually a Clemson fan. He did an interview with the Clemson Rival site, and he essentially apologized and regrets doing what he did last night. He said, "My girlfriend has been all over me for this today.
Wow.
But I agree with her. Tact is not one of my strong suits, especially when I'm upset. But as I listened to Dabo last night and sat through his spiel about how we'd be 8-0 without the turnovers, and if it upset me. I want to be clear. I'm not blaming Dabo at all for the way I handled it. I'm just explaining what happened. If I had to do it over again, I'd have been way more respectful." Yeah.
Well, but there is something to be said in there about an entitlement. And, in a lot of ways, this is kind of what happened to Nebraska in the Frank Solich, early Bo Pelini years, or into the Callahan years even, and early Bo Pelini, where it was close with the great success was still within reach. You could still see it.
You remembered it, right?
You remembered it.
Yeah.
And there was an element of nitpicking to every win, that nothing was ever quite good enough. And I'm not saying Clemson's going to suffer the same fate as Nebraska, but there is that balance between appreciation and expectation.
Yeah.
And
once you get a taste of it, it's obviously
it's very difficult.
It's hard.
It's hard to give it up.
Look, if this team, Nebraska, is a win away from making a bowl, they're going to make a bowl. And I know what's going to happen around here after many, many years of I just want to make a bowl. I just want to be relevant. I know what the next step is, and I know what that's going to entail. And I know that there will be some who will be, no. Why can't we just enjoy this little amount of success? And there will be others who are saying, because we're Nebraska, damn it, and that's what we expect. I know it's going to happen.
Sure.
Rob emails in, and the title of the email is Clemson Alum Thoughts. This is great. Rob says, Josh, you are exactly right. We have a thin margin of error because of how Dabo runs the program. Also, I love the way he runs the team. We don't process players and take a million transfers. I'm proud to be a Clemson fan. So there's one fan of Clemson who appreciates the way in which he operates. There will be others who, obviously there are others, including this Tyler character, who wish that he didn't do it this way. He wishes he changed and would do it the Georgia way or the Bama way.
Well, honestly, there is
the Ohio State way.
Listen, on the spectrum of the transfer portal and building a football team, on one extreme is Prime. On the other extreme is Dabo Swinney.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're finding out with Prime, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, it's not all sunshine and lollipop.
Well, the funny thing is, though,
Same
John,
thing with Dabo.
I was going to say they both have the same record, and so they're both operating in a way, and they're both 4-4 right now. And both of them are. Well, I don't know if I'd go all the way with Clemson missing a bowl, but it's a very realistic possibility that they don't even make a bowl game this year. Let alone, obviously, all the other goals are out of the way. I think that they could change. I'm not asking them to turn into Colorado. I don't see why they couldn't, though, turn into Alabama. In terms of the way in which Alabama is, look, everyone runs people off, man. I guess if he just doesn't want to operate that way, that's fine. I don't know if they will be able to win national championships anymore. I have moved on from them being in that tier, though. When we do the tier of the top one, they never come up anymore, and they won't until they have earned the right to be up there. Right now. Right now, it's Georgia, Alabama, and I would put Ohio State in there just because they have won one in the last decade, and they are often playing, they played for one a few years ago. And then the next one is like the Michigan, I guess the Florida States of the world, LSU, etc. They have to earn the right to be mentioned amongst those teams again. It's wild how fast things can change.
Things can change very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Steve Sipple joins us next. I bet he would have appreciated hearing that, Dabo.
Oh, hell yeah, he would.
We'll talk to Sip about the Huskers, however. The drama-free Huskers.
Yes.
There's no drama, friends. No drama.
Just jinxed it again.
None at all. Jinx boy. 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Earlier accident I-80 westbound south of Q Street has the right lane blocked, still being dealt with, causing stop-and-go traffic to I-680 exit 446. And another accident reported Sorensen Parkway westbound at Fontanelle Boulevard. That has the right lane blocked, causing stop-and-go traffic from 30th Street. Stay safe, everybody. I'm Peter Krunzer.
Your neighborhood is more than blocks of buildings. It's the people who live there that make it special. At Union Bank and Trust, we're not just creating home loans, we're making neighbors. We're not just small business lenders, we're small business shoppers. We don't just live in your community, we help you build it. Because our people are your people. Visit ubt.com/neighbor to learn more. Union Bank and Trust, member FDIC.
If you're the kind of person who has the attitude that when you do a job, you do it right, not just one time, every single time, congratulations. You're a rare individual, the kind of individual the Langfeld family wants to pay very well to join the awesome crew at Langfeld Overhead Door. That's because the Langfeld family believes strongly in treating their employees right. You know, doing what's right, like you do on the job. Opportunities are available now. Click langfelddoors.com. That's langfelddoors.com. Equal opportunity employer.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
Some days, my active psoriatic arthritis makes it hard to get in the game. Now, the ball is in my court, thanks to treating my skin and joints with Skyrizi, Risankizumab Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults.
Nothing is everything.
Skyrizi helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Cops. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Cops makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click copspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
Fear has a name. For 30 years, Scary Acres has been doing what they do best. Scaring the out of you. The Master's Castle, House on the Hill, and the Haunted Woods. Scary Acres, the ultimate haunted attractions. 172nd and Giles. Sponsored in part by Raising Cane, Stereo West, and Ivy.
Let it fly. Your elevated sports bar experience. KOZ and Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we got to be careful here. He tells us when we speak, but when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also
really old.
Yes, he is.
Boom roasted.
Take that, Sip.
Sip, I have a suggestion for you because you're a voice. You're a trusted voice, a trusted personality, especially amongst the people that are our age and older. We have a crisis in our state right now.
Among the olds.
It's called Peacock. What if you know, Sean, I'm sure could get a sponsor for this. You could do a quick like whistle stop tour around the state where people can come to the local city auditorium or the VFW club, and you could be there with your props and show people how to sign up for and access the Peacock for the Maryland
It's a
game.
great idea.
I have to learn myself, first of all.
Oh, well, then take Sean with you. He'll show
bring
you.
your intern. They have an intern there who's like 23. Bring the 23-year-old intern. He can help out.
That's a good idea. It does cause consternation for people. Probably serious consternation for some people. And I wouldn't know how to do it. I'm not going to lie. I mean, I wouldn't. It's not like I stay home and watch.
Right. But they just need that. They need that friendly spokesman. You know, I'm sure that Wilford Brimley didn't know everything there is to know about oatmeal. But by God, when he got on that TV and said, your oatmeal's good for you and it keeps you from getting the diabetes, you know, people listen to him.
I didn't know he was an oatmeal guy.
He was just reading from a script.
I just know diabetes.
Yeah, I think the theme would be don't make this harder than it is what I'd say to the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't make it. Can't be that hard.
That's what she said. Sip, before we get into the latest with Husker football, I did want to ask you this. So we had Mike Halas on earlier. He covers the Iowa Hawkeyes for the Cedar Rapids News Gazette, or is it just Gazette?
Cedar Rapids Gazette.
Yeah. And Nick sent him a text thanking him afterwards. And we had been joking like, he's kind of Iowa Steve Sipple. Well, then he responded apparently with the 100 emoji. So he obviously is the Iowa Steve Sipple. And it got me wondering, do you know who is the other version of you at all your stops around the Big Ten? Like, obviously, Tim May is Ohio State Steve Sipple. Now we know that Mike is Iowa Steve Sipple. Who is Wisconsin Steve Sipple? Who is Northwestern? Well, Northwestern just has the one beat writer, Louis Vakir. Who is the Michigan Steve Sipple, if you will?
Josh, I wouldn't know how to answer that.
It's a wild question, I know.
Are you just saying who's the oldest rider?
Well, I mean, it has to fit a certain there's a certain characteristic.
Yeah, because you're not the oldest rider. Chattel is. You bring a certain you bring a certain
je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, there's a certain thing about you
There's a vibe
that I feel like Tim May also has. Tim May laughs all the time. You laugh all the time.
Yeah, Tim May. I don't. Gosh, these are hard. These are really hard questions today.
I didn't mean to stump you. I'm sorry.
Testing my creativity, but apparently not that good right now. I mean, we're deep into the season, and I'm looking at punt return yards. I mean, that's I gotta spin out of it.
All right, let's get to the important discussion.
Yeah, let's get.
I
to
apologize.
The important
Happy
discussion.
Halloween.
No, I apologize. No, I'm the one that should be apologizing. I was just saying that I need to probably think about creativity a little bit more.
No, not necessarily. I mean, punt returns are definitely more important because Nebraska needs to find ways to score any way they can. Because points are never a guarantee.
No,
I mean, in their punt return game has been largely non-existent. I mean, I don't know. They got 20 yards of punt returns this year, okay?
Yeah.
20.
Makes you long for the days of Santino Panico.
Or DeJuan Gross, maybe.
Well, I mean, yeah,
beggars can't be choosers.
Go to the other extreme. It is one of the barometers of why the Huskers have fallen is the special teams, especially the return games. I mean, Nebraska went for decades having great punt returners. And I'm not just talking about Johnny Rodgers. I mean, there were guys who were really good.
Heck, Joe Walker scored in 97.
Joe Walker was a good punt returner, and Nate Turner was a good punt returner. And you mentioned DeJuan Gross and Corey Dixon and, Irving Fryer and Jeff Smith. I mean, and yet Nebraska, I can't remember the last time Nebraska returned a legitimate punt. And I'm not talking about a blocked punt like last year.
Was it DeMornay? Would that have been the last?
Probably, yeah, probably was.
Probably DeMornay Piersonell in 2014.
Yeah. And that, I mean,
114, so 10 years ago.
I bet Nebraska averaged they had at least one. They might have averaged 2 punt returns for touchdowns a year for a long time.
Right. And now the conversation sort of crops up again because they struggled in that area.
Yeah.
They struggled in that area on Saturday, but they have. I mean, Billy Kemp's out, to be fair. Billy Kemp was punt returner. He's out, so now, they got to go to – they've gone to Alex Bullock, and I think that will continue. I don't know for sure. And, of course, then, George Darlington likes to weigh in. George, of course, was a Nebraska assistant football coach and was wondering aloud. I mean, I'm sure he's in Matt Rule's ear on why don't you keep 2 guys back? You can't have the ball hitting the ground, hit the ground and hit the ground, roll inside the 5 the other day, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot to think about there. It's not, I don't think it should dominate the conversation. It hasn't really hurt them. They're just not helping themselves, and they've covered pretty well. They've covered punts well. The punting game, net punting's pretty good. So it's just a part of the game that they know it needs to be better. Ed Foley addressed it today. He said, I'm pretty happy, by and large, paraphrasing, with special teams, but I'm not happy with the punt return part.
Sip, I still find myself watching these games, even though they're 8 in now, a little surprised that, this is what they have turned into. And I'm talking about the defense and just how much they feed off the crowd, how confident they seem, how they're flying around, how they're hitting like they are. Are you still taken aback at all that they have flipped at least that side of the field to become that good that quickly, where, they hold Purdue under 200 yards and Rule is nitpicking it a little bit yesterday. And it seems kind of right, just given the expectations that we all have for that side of the ball now.
Yeah, remember, they weren't bad last year. That's the thing. Not after the first,
after the first few, yeah.
Yeah, after Bush took over, that unit had its really good moments. It played really well at Iowa, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
It held Wisconsin to 15. It wasn't bad last year, so no, I'm not overly surprised. But but I would say this. What I have expected Nebraska would be a top 5 rushing defense and the 13th best defense in the country overall in terms of average yards allowed. No, that's what we've been longing for. And now I'm sure people are right now are saying, yeah, look at the offenses they're playing. They're poor. And they are, but still, your eyes tell you that this is good. They're good. This is a good defense. It's kind of why I hope this team gets to a bowl game, plays a pretty good offense. It's not Michigan, it's not Michigan good. Maybe they could play a Fresno State or
Florida.
I don't know. Somebody that's not like.
Not so Big Ten-y.
Yeah, not one of the best Michigan teams of all time.
Yes.
So that's why one reason I'd like to see him in a bowl, to see how that defense fares against a non-Big Ten team.
We haven't really discussed much, and I know it was asked about after the game on Saturday, but Marcus Satterfield moving upstairs into the box. And it's funny how we used to really nitpick where the assistant coaches were and what they were doing on game day. And that has not really been a big question, even though it was unusual to have both coordinators down on the field at the start of the season as they were. But now Satterfield has moved upstairs. Do you know what precipitated that move and why it maybe wasn't done earlier?
It wasn't framed up as far as what precipitated it. The way Rule answered it's a nod to the trust that Rule and Satterfield have in the assistants. Donovan Raiola and Garrett McGuire and EJ Barthel. Satterfield will, I'm sure, address that tonight. He's on statewide radio tonight. He didn't do his usual Tuesday thing, and that would have been a topic. It probably would have been a main topic. So I can't say what precipitated it, but I know what one of the reasons they felt comfortable with it, and it may not be all that interesting. Maybe just wanted a different vantage point. It's often the case with coordinators. It's not. I mean, wouldn't you say most coordinators are upstairs?
Yeah,
I think so.
Most of them. I mean, at least one of them. And I know in some cases, like Monty Kiffin, he was always down on the field.
Yeah, Pelini was down on the field, as was Papuchis. Bill Callahan was calling plays on the field. It's common. It's not. I'm not saying it's 100% or 90%, but it's very common to call them out of the box.
Hey, Sip, you have been known to have many takes over the years on running backs. Where are you at with Emmett Johnson after a couple of solid performances the last 2 games?
Well, I mean, first of all, I was kind of skeptical of him going in. Just I'm not big on smaller backs, but he's a tough kid. Obviously, good. He's played really well the last 2 games against hard hitting defenses. They're not great defenses, although I think Northwestern was 55th nationally. Purdue hits the hell out of you. They don't have much other than those outside linebackers. Number 5 and number 4 were really good. One, Kydron Jenkins, and the other guy's name was Scourton. But to answer your question, tough, versatile, runs between the tackles well, and very willing. He doesn't. We've seen running backs here in recent years that dance around a little too much. They did. There's
for sure.
But they did. They
One's
weren't
on the
Big
roster.
Ten running back. I would say this guy's a Big Ten running back. If you notice, he's not the type of running back necessarily that Rule is recruiting right now. They're going a little bigger. But you know what? He catches the ball. As I said, he runs between the tackles, runs period. He's a good and willing pass protector. So I'm pleasantly surprised is the best way to put it.
It was interesting to hear Rule talk about the last touchdown that Johnson scored, and it came on a play, and you wrote about it today in your column, their inside zone, and he called it slices. And it was just like just an alteration in what they had been doing. And then I thought about something else that you wrote in your column, and that was that, Johnson carried it 5 times on the final scoring drive in that fourth quarter, but he only had 13 carries for the entire game. Does Nebraska need you to do a better job of establishing that running back run game early? Thus, maybe it takes more pressure off the quarterback, and then later in the game, the quarterback part of the run game can be the unexpected left jab versus, hitting them with it earlier.
Not a bad thought at all. It's really it makes a lot of sense. I'd have to look at the play calls early and what those look like. But just on the surface, if 5 of his 13 carries were in that drive, he couldn't have had too many early. No, that makes a lot of sense. It seems like that's what Rule set out to do this year. And this goes back to the whole conversation about losing Gabe Irvin, who's a prototypical hammer back, right? 6 foot 220. That's what, remember, when he was playing like at Colorado, they were getting some stuff done. Remember, he was getting some stuff done against Colorado. Irvin wasn't, and I never thought Irvin was going to be an all Big Ten back here. But I don't want to talk about him in the past tense. He'll be back.
Right.
But he he's what Rule 1. He was going to be a huge part of this, as was Ramir. Now, Ramir obviously more like Emmett Johnson, but Ramir, I always said, well, not a hammerback because he's not that big. He's like Emmett, and he'll throw himself in between the tackles, and run really well that way, and take hits and give it. So I think, John, it's my way of saying, in a long way of saying, I think if they had their full complement of guys, you'd see it a little bit different play calls early.
Sip, the drive that Jeff Sims had really seemed to have put a lot of folks in the camp of like, it's time to move on. He's not he's not going to play. Interesting that you laugh. I want to ask a question, but I guess I get your response to that too. How do you think that this staff ended up getting him so wrong? Because that's the thing that I just keep thinking about, the longer the season goes. What?
I'm not ready to say that.
Interesting.
Yeah, I am not.
Why?
Because it's still a bit of a limited sample size. They threw him in there and he fumbled. I get it. It's bad play.
But dude, they also had a guy in motion and the snap almost hit the guy in motion again.
I mean, he got off to a rugged start here.
Yes.
And then I just regard what happened the other day as kind of unfortunate. I mean, what's it? I'd like to see him over the course of 30 plays to see what it looked like, not 5, So I'm not writing him off. I'm not writing it off as a bad decision yet. I'd have to see more. I think we could see more. Man, Heinrich took some shots. I mean, he's a tough dude now because he took that shot from the defensive back down near the goal line, which was just a vicious assault. Clean. Number 4 got him. Hydra Jenkins. He got hammered in that game and kept getting up. They're going to need Sims. And again, I'd like to see Sims, what it'd look like if Heinrich couldn't play, in the unfortunate occurrence that Heinrich couldn't play, what Sims would look like throughout the course of a game if he could get a measure of redemption. Then the other part of the conversation is what I've been hearing is Chuba looks really good running the option in practice. I mean, really good. Like, he knows what to do here. So I don't think they're in bad shape there. They could be in better shape at quarterback, but no way I'd give up on Sims yet. No way.
It looks to me like there is such a confidence issue right now.
Probably is, but you got to give him a chance to regain it.
Yeah, but then the question is, I guess it almost seems now that it's going to have to happen in a similar situation as it happened for Harburg, where Harburg gets knocked out and Sims has to come in because he is the guy versus hey, we're going to plan a series for you or bring you in garbage time or whatever. It almost seems like it's a we need you situation, not a we want to, give you another shot situation.
Right. I absolutely agree. I think that's what it would take. And a lot of season left, and you could see that scenario occurring. So, and the one thing I would add to it is you kind of got to watch Chuba. Based on what I've heard, is that he's still free.
Chuba.
Nick doesn't play many drops, but that one always gets in.
Why did I say that? Anyway, so there you go. I'm not. I think you keep hammering Heinrich. I just keep hammering. You got such an integral part of that. It's this kind of hodgepodge cobbled together offense, and he's a big part of it. So in the run game is what I'm talking about. He's a big part of that. You got to keep hammering him. As long as he's willing.
If memory serves, this will be the first time Nebraska's played a early kickoff at Michigan State since 95.
Is that right? Is that right?
Because the other games have either been
2:30 or a night
at
game.
night.
A morning. Well, it's noon. It's the Eastern time.
Right. But the last one that would have been played this early or earlier in
Would
the
have been
day
in 95.
would have been, and that was Lawrence Phillips's
Very
last game
famed
prior to what happened that night. Yeah.
That was also the first time I ever ate at Cracker Barrel in East Lansing. And I'll never forget that part. Fried chicken at Cracker Barrel made a huge impression on me. And Cracker Barrel at that time wasn't. I don't think it was. It wasn't. I don't even know if it was around here at that time.
Honestly, I don't remember.
How do you?
I don't think it was.
What a classic Sipple line to finish the
What
interview.
was the line he finished off with last week?
Do you have that saved, Nick, from last week?
I think I have it marked.
Never cut it out.
What was the line?
No, he had something. I don't remember what it was.
Oh, something about he was watching TikTok.
Oh yeah,
I was watching TikTok Sipple. Oh man,
Sip always says the most Sipple thing in the world.
He does
at the end of the interview.
Why we love him.
I
Don't
love you,
forget,
Sip.
to fall back this weekend. You got to move your clock back before
Don't spring ahead
before your flight home.
Is that right? No, I never do that. I mean, I just kind of let it all take care of itself.
Okay. Well, yep. It's time to do that.
I think a lot of people do that.
They just don't move the clocks back, and they say, "I'm not going to acknowledge the time change."
Well, it tends to work out.
Okay. All right.
Steve Sipple.
Everybody else is.
Sipple's new morning show on from 7 to 9 instead of 6 to 8 because he doesn't acknowledge the time change.
I didn't get the TikTok thing cut out yet, but I did cut this out this week.
What's this?
It's not about the size.
Nice.
Wow.
Classic.
That's really
Classic.
very, very mature of you.
That's how we roll.
I don't claim either of these two,
Yeah,
Sip.
you should though.
It's a good message, Sip.
All right, Steve. Well, get with your intern and figure out
Peacock
how to get the Peacock going, and then you can be the Wilford Brimley and lead all the olds to the Oasis.
Okay, I will lead. God, I'd love to do that. Lead the olds to the Oasis as I move into that world.
Full of Werther's originals and Shasta.
All right.
Bye-bye, Sipple.
Steve Sipple.
Bye, Sip.
Husker Online.
Do olds like Shasta? This seems like an olds drink.
Yeah. Do they don't even make Shasta anymore?
Oh, I'm sure Shasta exists.
Has Shasta been canceled?
No, you don't see it in the stores anymore.
By the way, Severe has chimed in.
Oh, God.
He says, yeah, it's about you. Unexpected left jab. That's the initial punch. John talking like he doesn't know boxing.
Yeah, do you even watch boxing, John?
Yeah, that I would have loved to have made fun of you for it, but I'm
not a boxing expert.
Yes, neither am I.
I was trying to.
I played a lot of
thinking
Wii
in
boxing.
the moment.
Weed boxing?
Wii. On the Wii, they had boxing.
By the way, also shout out Chris, who points out that J.D. Spielman had a punt return touchdown in 19. I don't remember this at all. 2019.
Yes, he did.
Who was it against? Was it South Alabama? Was it the opener?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Chris.
Yes.
Alabama.
Yes, it was.
Speaking of Chris, Money Chris writes, basically 100% of Sims's tape is bad, but he hasn't seen enough. WTF? Yeah, I'm willing to write him off.
Well, I look forward to Jeff Sims getting on the field this week in East Lansing in the bright sunshine and shushing Josh Peterson.
And you're on my side on this.
I didn't write him off.
Yeah,
not like you just did.
So you're writing him on?
No, I'm not.
Maybe he's just writing him.
Steve writes,
I would not be surprised if the next quarterback in is Mr. Purdy.
I think it's going to be Chuba.
I would not be surprised.
Steve says, yes, they still make Shasta. Shasta. You can buy it at Menards, among other places. Steve, famous old in our audience.
It used to be at all the grocery stores.
What is it?
It's Shasta.
It's like Faygo.
It's soda.
What's Faygo?
No. It's just a line of sodas.
It's just soda.
A line?
Yeah, they had
of soda.
think, you know how the store, the grocery store brands have all
Mountain Lightning,
and Doctors. Yeah. Shasta was the same thing. They had a cola, they had a Diet Cola, they had their own Dr. Pepper ripoff, they had their own lemon lime ripoff.
Okay,
and it was, but they didn't have the goofy names. It was just called Shasta lemon lime or Shasta strawberry.
Interesting.
They should have called it Shasta Strawberry.
No, I'm trying to remember. They used to have a jingle.
Shasta.
Don't you want a Shasta?
Something like that.
Also, one more text. This is from Greg in Myrtle Beach, responding to Nick, who says Spartanburg isn't a fake town. It's a proud sports town, home of Zion Williamson, Deebo Samuel, Stephen Davis, and also the Marshall Tucker Band. You know the Marshall Tucker Band.
I actually do. It just sounds like a fake town.
Nick
it doesn't
says
sound like a
fake
real town.
News town. It's a real place,
Like,
Nick.
if I were to make up a town, I would call it Spartanburgville.
Well, it's just called Spartanburg. That's a very normal name for a town.
Is it? How many Spartans were there?
All right, let's go to break.
Yes, let's go to break. Because coming up next, the College Football Playoff Committee is going to announce its...
They're announcing it on the show?
No. No. But they're going to unveil their first rankings. We're going to both predict and then give our own rankings.
Oh, that's a double dip.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
I have an announcement. I'm a Carolina Panthers fan.
Why is that?
Well, I'm lying low, right? They're 0-6. They're the number one worst team in the NFL, according to Josh Hodson. They have a young, talented quarterback who needs some help, but it's not just that. I've always liked their colors and their jerseys, and my favorite NFL player of all time is Steve Smith. I love Steve Smith. I like the Panthers. Go Panthers!
The Connor Happer Show, weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast, presented by Bellevue Berry and Pumpkin Ranch, from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Clear to partly cloudy and cold tonight. Low temperatures dipping back into the lower 20s. Mostly sunny and a little breezy on Wednesday. High temperatures moderating into the lower 50s by late in the day. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Zoom Drain Time-Saving Traffic Center. Earlier accident, Sorensen Parkway westbound at Fontanelle, still being dealt with. That's stop-and-go traffic from 30th Street. And another accident, 72nd and F northbound. That has stop-and-go traffic back to Q Street. If you're traveling the opposite way, southbound on 72nd, it's a little slow right now between Center and I-80. Stay safe, everybody, on this Halloween evening. I'm Peter Krenzer.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Nanfito Heating and Cooling.
Don't get caught in the cold. Call Nanfito Heating and Cooling, your Rude Pro partner today. Now is the time to have Nanfito Heating and Cooling get your furnace in top shape. Nanfito services all brands of furnaces. Call today, 402-515-5050.
Hi, this is Kathy Knoyer. 'Tis the season at Glass House Market within Knoyer Garden Center. We'd like to invite you to come shop our stunning holiday market, where you'll find a perfect gift for that special someone or the Christmas decor you've been wanting. Join our family for this year's open house, November 4th and 5th, to help us celebrate the holiday season. Glass House Market, located within Knoyer Garden Center on 66th Street, between Cornhusker and Highway 370 in Papillion. Open daily 10 to 6.
At Knoyer Garden Center, everybody's got a green thumb.
From sports medicine to spine, bone, and joint problems, Nebraska Medicine is your home for the region's most comprehensive orthopedic care. Our specialists have the unmatched expertise to diagnose and treat common and complex problems, with surgery being a last resort. With multiple locations, our leading care is miles ahead, yet close to home. For orthopedic advances, this is where you begin. Visit nebraskamed.com/ortho.
Home is with you wherever that may be.
Our Cox mobile plans are like a band. The more people you add, the better it sounds. So, add more lines to save more. Pay as low as $30 per line when you add 4 or more gig unlimited lines. It's easy. I like the sound of that. Visit cox.com/mobile. 4 lines required for $30 per line. Price max of 5 lines. Prices exclude taxes, device activation, and other fees and charges, which are subject to change. Cox postpaid internet required. Other restrictions apply.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley@1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
I like the dark meat more.
The 1620.
The Zone.
All right, real quick, before the playoff stuff. Now people are just tweeting us random fake pops or real. I don't know. Silver says Vess is still around.
Yeah,
Will says, do you remember Vess soda?
I do.
John says, don't give me that same old cola. I want something a little bolder. Shasta. Was that their little theme?
Yeah, there was also, I want a pop, I want a Shasta.
Severe references knee-high soda.
I know knee-high. That's from MASH. Great knee-high.
Yeah,
Okay.
knee-high was another brand. Yep.
Joe says Shasta has the best root beer ever. Steven says
that's
Shasta
debatable.
Grape is the stuff, man. And finally, last one from our friend El Scorcho at Hy-Vee and listening on the app while doing some boots on the ground journalism.
Nice.
Didn't find Shasta in the soda aisle, so I asked a worker if they had any. Workers at Hy-Vee, a lot of them famously Youngs, for the record.
Oh, yeah, a grocery store, yeah.
They looked confused and said they'd never heard of it before.
Yeah.
Because they're Gen Z.
Well, it used to be.
I don't know what it is either.
It was a brand that used to be in all the stores around here.
And now apparently it's where the old shop. Is that what I hear?
What do you mean?
Buy one can of Shasta and get a, old Werther's for free.
It's just a brand that used to be around here, and it was usually cheaper than buying Coke or Pepsi or the so-called name brand.
The Oregons
and Oregon.
Yeah.
The Ohio States of the world instead of the Iowa States. Shasta is Iowa State. Coca-Cola is Ohio State.
You're trying to do a transition
to the college football playoff.
Good transition.
The first rankings come out tonight.
All right,
friends.
so prediction. What is your prediction
on what I think will happen?
For what you think will happen. I believe Ohio State will be number one.
We agree on that, and I think the argument is going to be actually pretty easy to make. They have the two best wins. Yes, they do not have the singular best win, but they have the best two wins of any of the playoff contenders. Their wins over Notre Dame and Penn State are better than anyone else's, whomever and whomever.
Now, again, this is my prediction.
Yes.
I'm going to go Georgia 2.
Wow. Okay, so we are way off on this one. I have Florida State at 2 because Florida State has the LSU victory.
They do, but I do think there is an element of
respect
that will be given to the Dogs because they are the two-time defending champs, which personally would annoy me because you're not playing last year's championship or the year before's championship. You're playing this year's championship. It should be a different year. But I do think there is a built-in cachet and respect that will come Georgia's way. And so I think Georgia will be number 2 for the optics of what? The two-time champs are undefeated and they're not number 1? If they were lower than number 2?
So what do you think about me having them at number 4 then behind Michigan at number 3?
I mean, I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I would be surprised. I have Michigan at 3 and Washington at 4.
Interesting. Wow. So you have Florida State outside of your top 5. Wow, we are way off.
I do because Washington has the best win.
They do.
And Michigan almost in the same vein as Georgia. They got the built-in cachet. They've certainly, even though the schedule has been the weakest, have looked the best.
Yeah, so why I did Florida State 2, Michigan 3, Georgia 4, and Washington 5 was Florida State has a better win than Michigan and Georgia do. Michigan has been more dominant than Georgia has, and Washington, while having actually the best win of anybody in the top 6, or top 5 rather, they have struggled mightily the last 2 weeks, and I think they're going to get dinged for that. Maybe I'm being a little too hot coming in with Florida State at number 2, but I definitely think that Washington will be behind Florida State because of the struggles of the last 2 weeks.
And then I go Florida State 5, Oregon 6, Texas 7, Oklahoma 8, Alabama 9, Penn State 10.
Whoa, you have Texas ahead of Oklahoma, even though they just played 2 weeks ago.
That's my prediction.
Yeah, because I think they're going to make it easy on themselves and go Oklahoma, Texas, Bama, because Oklahoma beat Texas, who beat Alabama, and they're going to let this situation play out. Who did you have at 10?
Penn State.
Okay, so I had Missouri because Missouri.
I don't think Missouri will be that high.
See, but Missouri has a better win than Penn State does. They have the Kansas State win. And Penn State, who is Penn State's best win?
Iowa.
Yeah, and Iowa's not going to be ranked. I don't think.
Well,
at least.
yeah.
I don't think at least. But Kansas State is they're at least they're inside the top 25 in the AP poll.
Well, as our old friend Dave Bartu says, always look at the back half of the standings.
We're going to know right away.
Yes, we will.
If Iowa's in the top 25,
ranked, then
you're
going
to be right. Yeah. That's going to tell a large story. If Kansas State's in there, and if Kansas State's in there a little bit higher, because I actually think Kansas State will be higher than they are in the AP poll.
Yeah. All right. So now here are, if we were our own committee.
Yes.
This is how we would go. And we don't agree on
This is hilarious.
I would pick Ohio State number 1.
Because of the best wins.
Because they have the strongest resume.
I have Michigan number 1 because I think that they're the best team in college football. I think that they have played the best this season. They have not played anybody, but they have played the best.
And then I have Washington 2.
So I have Florida State at 2 because I really like that LSU win, and I think that
Even though LSU's defense is
it's not very good.
Dog crap.
Yeah, but they played very, very good, and I think that they're playing really, really well right now.
I mean, Washington's got the best win of the season.
They do, and wow, so we are way differing on Washington because I actually have them at 6, and I have them behind Oregon.
See, that's ridiculous. They beat Oregon.
I know. I said this yesterday.
So you're all about the eye test.
And I mean, well, Oregon also just smoked Utah. Washington hasn't looked as good. And you know me, man. I love Michael Penix. I love that Washington team. I just think Oregon's better right now. This is purely just what I think. This is my ranking of teams.
I know, but I to me, what you did in the season has to matter.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
And I try to eliminate as much of the eye test as possible. Now, that said, I still have Georgia and Michigan at 3 and 4 ahead of Florida State, who, if you compare the resumes, Florida State's is better. But I'm trying to give at least a little respect to,
who have you beaten?
Georgia's really good.
Yeah. I'm surprised you have Washington at 2, just given how they have played the last couple of weeks.
I'm trying to look at the totality of the season.
And that's fine.
Instead of recency bias.
That's fair. That's very fair.
And so it's a balance I'm trying to strike of resume and how the team has looked.
Yeah.
I'm trying to strike a balance. And then
so I have Bama above Texas because I think that they're the better team. I think that Alabama is a better team than Texas right now. And I know that they beat them. I know, and I know mine is full of inconsistencies but this is
we'd be kicking you off the committee
for sure, and that's fine. This is what I think is the top 10 at this moment in time.
So why is Missouri in this?
Because I think Missouri is good. And, they ended up blowing that game against LSU, but I really do like that Kansas State win that they have. I think they're playing some good football right now. They beat Kentucky by 17
Better
points.
Than you have them ahead of Oklahoma.
Yeah, but I'm really worried about that Oklahoma defense. And I know Missouri's defense hasn't been perfect by any means. But I feel like, and maybe this is just me getting out ahead of the story.
So you're trying to project.
Perhaps. I am probably being a little unfair here, but I just wanted to go with this is my order of teams if they were all playing at this moment in time. I thought you'd give me a little credit for having Bama that high.
I'm stunned, actually.
Yeah, I think they're playing really good football. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Well, we will find out here. When are they doing this?
When our show ends. So probably by like 6:15 we'll know. I'm surprised that you don't think that will be 7, 8, 9. You didn't have it Oklahoma, Texas, Bama. What did you have when you did what you think will happen?
I had Texas, Oklahoma, Bama.
Interesting. Texas, Oklahoma, Bama.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I did have Texas ahead of Oklahoma.
Johnny writes, Josh has a Michigan 1 because he lived there for years. He barely remembers.
Well, and he's a Harbaugh apology.
You love your weird, awkward coach.
He is very awkward.
Shirtless, naked.
You know what
Were you picturing him shirtless that whole time we played that video?
Not at all, Nick. You know what I always think about when he speaks to the media is this guy must just be so different behind the scenes because he is such a goober in front of the media.
Oh,
he is an incredible coach though. How? He is such a great motivator. He's such a great teacher. And yet he comes off like a weirdo all the time.
To be fair, I think a lot of people who are bad at being social are really good at, they find a lane and they stick to that lane.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm impressed by him. That guy can be that good of a coach.
That he can cheat this
cheat.
good
Nah.
and still never have a trophy to show for it.
No, he has Big Ten championship trophies, John. Those
matter.
I
mean a legitimate trophy.
You saw Oppenheimer. He was kind of socially awkward.
He was very socially awkward, but he didn't have to like tell a scientist to like get down in a 3-point stance.
Well, because that would be counterproductive. You wouldn't be able to split the atom in the 3-point stance.
He did probably say that in that one scene, though.
Oh, yes, he did. Hey, get in a 3-point stance. Why don't you? Oh, you got to see the movie, John.
I haven't seen it.
Does
John,
she
there's
get naked?
boobs.
John, there's some boobs, all right.
I'm always happy for that.
Time for content. Speaking of things we're happy for.
Well, friends, I've got bad news.
Oh, no.
What?
Nebraska volleyball. They've lost.
No, John, they're undefeated.
Say it ain't so.
It says it on the record. 0.
They've lost. Nick will explain next, and we'll try to keep it together on 1620 The Zone.
1620 The Zone's 4-quarter pick'em returns. It's your chance to win $1,620. All you have to do is correctly pick 4 college or NFL games against the spread. Listen to qualify every weekday or enter online at 1620thezone.com. One lucky listener will be selected each week to make their picks live on air.
Awesome.
Go to 1620thezone.com for complete rules and contest details. It's 4-quarter pick'em with 1620 The Zone.
Woodhouse is your one-stop shop for all of your vehicle needs. You've got options with 19 brands to choose from. We've got a vehicle for everyone. Top brands like Ford, Chevy, Jeep, Ram, Mazda, Lincoln, and more. A team dedicated to your car buying success. The official auto dealer of Nebraska Athletics. Certified techs that will get the job done and offer their expertise. Browse our full lineup of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. Over 1,500 pre-owned vehicles on the lot and ready to drive home. Plus nationwide delivery on your new vehicle. Convenience delivered every time. This is Woodhouse.
It's Halloween at Genesis Health Clubs. Join with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every month.
Hurry, it's the final day.
Genesis Health Clubs has top-of-the-line equipment and the absolute best personal trainers, tennis professionals, and group fitness instructors to help keep you motivated and headed towards your fitness goals. Plus, relax in luxury afterwards with saunas, steam rooms, and fluffy towel service. Whatever your fitness needs, Genesis is here to help every step of the way, and there's nothing scary about that. This Halloween, join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month.
This offer ends today.
But hurry, this offer will end before you have a chance to count your Halloween candy. It ends on Halloween and won't extend. Come to Genesis and get in the best shape of your life so you can handle anything those zombies, werewolves, and vampires throw at you. Plus, get your New Year's resolutions checked off with time to spare. Join Genesis Health Clubs with no enrollment fee, no contract, and save 31% per month every single month. Join online until midnight. This offer won't extend.
Adam and Eve is not giving you 10% off and not 20% off or even 40%. Your discount is even bigger. AdamandEve.com is giving you a whopping 50% off. But why stop there? In addition to 50% off, you also get 10 free gifts. That includes a racy item for him, a sensuous toy for her, and something we know you'll both enjoy. Ooh. And 6 extra special bonus items that are sure to rev your engine, pique your curiosity, and even blow you away. And best of all, free shipping. Always delivered in discreet packaging. So rethink your bedroom routine. Go to adamandeve.com and enter this station's exclusive code at checkout, free66, and get, you know the discount, 50% off almost any item and 10 tantalizing free gifts. That's free 66. Again, free 66.
Ted and Wally's is probably one of the best ways to stand out at your holiday party, whether you are, hosting it for yourself or you're going to one. Ted and Wally's, they're doing their Thanksgiving orders right now. You can do them for parties, tailgate, even Thanksgiving coming up. And they're doing that with different flavors every single day at both of their Ted and Wally's locations. You can check them out up in Benson or downtown. I love the fact that they will post up their menus every day on their social media. So make sure to go follow them, tedandwallys.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content.
content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick. Other items of the day, shoot.
Well, keeping with the whole Halloween thing, something scary, fellas. Husker volleyball has lost. I repeat, they've lost. I was expecting more of a reaction when I said that.
What are you talking about? They have not lost at all, Nick.
It's TV viewing record, Josh. They lost their TV viewing record, Josh.
Oh, the TV ratings.
The nationally televised match on Fox Sunday afternoon between Wisconsin and Minnesota pulled in 1.66 million viewers thanks to an NFL lead-in. This shatters the previous record of 612,000 who watched Nebraska beat Wisconsin on BTN. Pour one out for the old record.
If there's anything that this proves, it proves once again that being on an over-the-air network
after football
with a strong lead-in is great for ratings.
Yeah, you know, the part
it still kind of blows my mind
that people just sit there and leave the channel on, and they're like, you know what? I could turn the channel, but let's see what
there's
this
other
is.
football games on. Maybe I'll check on what's on the other channel. But instead, a lot of them. And we should mention,
The remote is way over there.
I really think that it comes down to that.
we're
What were you
talking.
gonna say?
We're talking about like 1/15 of the audience.
Oh, sure, but still, 1.66 million viewers is like a ton.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, like you said, it shatters the record. I mean, that's almost 3 times as many viewers as the previous record had. But that was on BTN, not as many channels, of course, as Fox is. But yes, I am always blown away by the not turning the channel aspect of things. You know, like last night after Monday Night Football, I watched a little bit of SportsCenter. That wasn't out of laziness of not turning the channel. It was, I want to see what Scott Van Pelt has to say about the Monday Night Football game. This is just like, I guess I won't turn the channel. I'll watch this volleyball and maybe I'll like it. Instead of turning the channel and watching an NFL game between Cincinnati and San Francisco.
I mean, it literally happened last year right here in Omaha. Creighton and DePaul played on Christmas Day.
And how many viewers? 4 million?
3 million.
3 million.
Stuck around after the Dolphins. Was it Dolphins-Packers last year?
Yep, it sure
Nick
was.
Tua got concussed in that game.
And Aaron
Well,
Rodgers
that doesn't narrow it down much.
That's true. There's 1 in 3 chance of getting that one right.
Did want Aaron Rodgers to win that game.
Yeah, no one did, Nick.
The Detroit Food Lions won again last night and now sits at 6-2. The Food Lions, because their logo looks like the Food Lion logo.
Food Lion?
It's a grocery store chain in other parts of the country.
Okay.
I think mainly in the South.
It is a Southern thing. Have you taken
pleasure?
Have you taken a peek at their upcoming schedule? Do we need to talk about this team as a potential 1 seed?
I believe John was the first one to get on this bandwagon a few weeks ago. I'm trying to remember. Oh, it was after they beat the Packers on that Thursday night to move to 3-1. And wouldn't you know it, they still have friends. Well, they have one more game against the Packers. They have 2 games against the Bears on their schedule. They have the Chargers, who, you know, can be frisky
still have
at
both
times.
Minnesota games.
Still both Minnesota games, and say it.
Fins?
No. Josh Dobbs.
Oh, the Pastronaut.
Thank you, Nick. The Broncos, the Saints, and my beloved Dallas Cowboys. John, very much in play. Very much in play, especially given it's not that they're better than the Eagles, that they're better than the Cowboys, that they're better than the 49ers. It's just that those teams have schedules that are much more difficult because they were the, top-ranked team in their division, the Eagles. The top-ranked team in their division, the 49ers, and the Cowboys just have a tough schedule this year. But Philadelphia upcoming has Dallas, has Kansas City, has Buffalo, has San Francisco, has Dallas, has Seattle. Like, that's tough. So there's a very real world where not only is Detroit hosting a playoff game, but they're not playing until the second weekend of the playoffs themselves.
It certainly could happen. I'm happy for Detroit and Jahmyr Gibbs. Wow.
Whew.
Great game
He's
last
fast.
night. He's great game last night. And personally, I thought they got screwed on that fumble inside the 5-yard line, but they really should have won that game like 40-7.
Yeah. And I saw someone tweet last night that that is the best result for a coach because you win comfortably and there is a ton of stuff that you can nitpick.
Yes.
Just perfect.
And he'll have a bye week or an idle week to fix it before they go to the Chargers.
I've got brain rot. The Lions don't even play the Dolphins. I don't know why.
Yeah.
It was fins up. It was just my initial.
It's just, yes.
Just my
someone says
catchphrase at
football
this
and you say
point.
fins up.
Fins up.
Yep, exactly.
Coach Prime, whose bowl vacation plans have taken a big hit, said this about his offensive line. The big picture, you go get new linemen. That's the picture, and I'm going to paint it perfectly. Is this where the Dion rebuilding plan hits a major snag?
Absolutely it does. It's already been shown. It's hard to build offensive lines in the portal. What is it about offensive linemen in the portal? I don't know. But there's
just not as many of them as you need.
There's not as many of them as you need. And I think there's just an element of there are certain things you just got to grow in-house. And you can't go outside to get them. And good offensive lines are one of them. And so this magical rebuilding plan that everybody was fawning over a month and a half ago, that this is going to change the world. It can help you change some things quickly. But in foundational pieces like the line of scrimmage, especially the offensive line, going to be a tougher sell. So better get on out there and mine those high schools, kids.
I do think that they will be able to get some, obviously not the highest end offensive linemen because those guys want to go to, the proven commodities of the world, but maybe some of the higher upside players, because I think that there's a lot to point to and a lot to sell in terms of the early success. I actually thought you were going to take this question a different way, and that was being critical of the roster at this point in time. You remember when Mike Riley said things or Sean Eichhorst said things, and people were like, you can't say that about your current roster. I think they'll be okay. They're definitely not going to get the best offensive lineman in the country. They are the team to watch, and I know people are annoyed that I'm going to say this. They're the team to watch in the offseason in terms of roster construction. I'm fascinated to see what they do next. I know how they handled it last year. How do they adapt? How do they make changes? Yeah. And how do they get players in the portal and out of high school?
Well, the reason I didn't go that hard in the paint with Prime ripping on current players is, that's been his
pretty
MO.
Obvious, yeah.
That's true. He did that from the moment he walked in with his Louis, which, by the way, is a little scarred and deformed right now because they don't have a good offensive line.
Yeah, it keeps getting banged around. Bonk, bonk, bonk.
Yeah.
Bonk,
Nick.
Bonk. Mike Gundy wants to remind you that the Bedlam game is still an important game.
It didn't bother me because we didn't have phones and social media, but it was a rivalry then. Bosworth spit in my face. I spit in his face. It was actually a rivalry, right? The summer of my before my sophomore year, I would go to parties in Oklahoma City and they would say, well, Bosworth and Migliozzo and some of those guys were here. And so I had to make a decision whether were we going to have confrontation there and who was with me? Because, I'm not going to, those guys, I can kick them in the shin and run like hell, but I'm not dumb. So we had to make those decisions because, what kind of a frame of mind was Brian going to be in on that point? I don't know. Had he taken a vitamin C and had a few drinks, well, he might not be a guy you want to talk to at that point. He'd get real red and cross his face. So it was a rivalry then. Now it's not as much anymore, unfortunately, because of the way it is. But it's a very important game.
Then the Brian Bosworth, tweeted at Gundy. Should the game just take place between the old?
Yeah, Boz was.
What did he say?
He basically said, we'll take little brother out behind the woodshed again and kick your butt.
So he's basically saying Gen Z killed the rivalry. They don't hate each other as much as they used to. Is that ultimately what he was getting at?
I think that's part
Maybe
of it.
that's poor coaching on Gundy's part to not introduce some hate into this rivalry. I blame Gundy.
I think his point is you didn't have to introduce any hate. You just kind of naturally didn't like them because they were OU and you were OSU or vice versa.
Man, put this game on Peacock and see you can get a rivalry there. People in Peacock.
Good point.
Would Gundy know where to go to watch the tape?
Well, thankfully he'd get to watch it in person.
The NFL trade deadline is passed. You got any takes?
Yeah,
Josh?
I do. Oh, let's just give the good players to the good teams that aren't the Cowboys. Very, very cool, very normal activities.
Well, maybe if you had an owner who was lucid.
Yeah, I don't like this. He used to do aggressive moves. Whatever happened to that? Now he just pours salt all over his breakfast sandwiches.
Well, because he's feeble-minded and honestly, he wasn't that good a football guy to begin with.
Yeah, I know.
He fired his good football guy about 20 years ago.
I know.
And now he's
but it was
working
30
on
years
Fox.
ago, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, 30 years ago.
But he wanted Johnny Football.
Yes, I know, but he didn't take him. Thank God for his son. No, I mean, it's wild that the 49ers got a really good player like that. Otherwise, I mean, it seemed like a pretty kind of
how Montez Sweat is feeling today, because he also was traded. He was traded away from the Washington defense to the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, both of those organizations are tire fires.
The Commanders did keep up,
but at least the Commanders have some hope.
Do they?
They got a new owner.
That's true. Well, the Bears will have a new coach,
but they still have the same weird ass broken family owning them.
That's true.
With all the
speaking of feeble-minded,
with some.
I want
the Hollishes.
I want to show like Succession, but with that family.
Oh, I don't. They're all 100.
It'd be the only show that would have smell-o-vision. It'd smell like
God.
Smell like mothballs.
And Bengay.
Oh.
Speaking of trades, our friend Big Jim Harden is taking his horse and riding it off to Los Angeles as he was traded to the Clippers. Josh,
Nick,
you're an NBA guy.
Of course.
Are folks going to take kindly to the new sheriff laying down the law in LA?
I mean, the Clippers, they always have good players, and then they get to the playoffs, and you know what they do? They fail. They never even make it to the Western Conference Finals. They never even made it to the Western Conference Finals, John. Man, it's hilarious. That organization talked so much bull junk when they put together that roster of Kawhi Leonard and Paul George, and now they have old Jimmy H, Big Jim Harden, and they're not going to do anything.
Harden.
I can't wait for Harden to have a horrible playoff flame out in April or May like he always does.
No shortage of drama in the NBA.
John,
yep,
you're also an NBA guy.
Yes.
You notice that they will have new courts in their in-season tournament. What do you like more? Those or Oregon's gorgeous, amazing, beautiful court?
Oh, great question, Nick.
Oregon's court is a dumpster fire because you can't even see the damn lines on the floor.
What are these?
At least with these, you can still see the lines on the floor.
Can't see the line, can you, Russ?
But good grief.
Nope.
They are really trying super, super hard to make this in-season tournament seem like a big, big deal.
And you know what it won't be, John?
A big, big deal.
Bingo. I can't wait to watch these games so we can make fun of them collectively together.
It's going to look like the Toy Story games, but with real people.
Yeah, it's going to our TVs might fritz out when they have all this.
See, this is my problem. This is my problem with watching those stupid games on that dumb blue turf.
Oh, those are fun, though.
No, they are not fun.
Boise.
And these are going to be worse.
Go Boise.
Candy, Halloween candy. You excited? You ready for it?
Yes. If no kids stop by, then I'm going to eat all of the Reese's. John?
I still think you bought it knowing that kids
I didn't
weren't going
buy.
to stop
First of
by.
all, I didn't buy it, Nick. My wife did, and people didn't stop by last year.
So you got candy, and then you're just like, you're just buying it for yourself.
No.
But then you're like, if kids show
Just
by,
in case they
maybe.
do, we have a light. There will be a light that is on.
Well, you can just turn the light off. And
No,
then,
we can't. We live in an apartment that we don't control that light. It just automatically clicks on.
And put a sign on the door. Well, you should already have a sign on the door that says murder cult leader here.
No, put a sign that says free candy. It is. Is it not free candy?
That sounds actually creepier
No.
than just not having a marked door.
Me, hello, child. Would you like some candy?
Hi, my name's Josh. Would you like some candy?
Say it exact. That's how Jim Harbaugh, I imagine, gives candy to kids.
Hello,
on Halloween.
children. Do you want a Reese's cup?
And then they ask Jim Harbaugh about the allegations.
Go to my friend John Bishop's house. He'll give you a freaking toaster. I don't know what a
I'm
toaster.
going to give people a toaster.
Oh, okay.
Toaster
Toothbrush.
strudel.
Oh, toaster strudel.
Gonna be chilly tonight, so make sure the kids are warm.
Yeah, bundle up, friends.
Yeah, take some little hand warmers and stuff. Coming up next, the bet of the day, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Do you hear what we hear? Omaha Steaks has tons of jobs and hours. Right now, we're hiring for a variety of seasonal positions in our warehouses. Make this holiday extra jolly with a great employee discount on gourmet foods you can use all year long. To view available job openings and to apply online, go to omahasteaks.com/jobs or text steaks to 22633 to apply today. 'Tis the season to make some holiday cash at Omaha Steaks.
Hey folks, Kent Pavelka again to tell you about your local concrete experts at Everlevel Concrete Repair. Now, if you have cracked, uneven concrete, Everlevel can fix it at a fraction of the cost compared to replacement. This is no Band-Aid. Their products are built to last. It gives your concrete the durable protection it needs, and there's still time. I chose Everlevel for my driveway, and I've got peace of mind with their long-term transferable warranty. Everlevel's products and customer service are top-notch, and that's why they've been voted Best of Omaha again this year. Say it with me. Everlevel, Everlevel, Everlevel.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
This hour is powered by Dollar General Distribution Center in Blair, Nebraska on 1620 The Zone.
October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Breast cancer is among the most common types of cancers in the United States and accounts for 1 of 3 new female cancers every year. Get familiar with your own breasts with self-exams, and if something doesn't feel right, get it checked out. Find out more at cancer.org.
Get ready to start the NFL week off right, because right now, all customers can get a no-sweat same-game parlay for Thursday Night Football. Hi, everybody. Gary Sharp along with Nick Hanley. All you have to do is you just have to place a 3-leg same-game parlay on the huge Week 9 Thursday night matchup between the Titans and the Steelers, and you'll get bonus bets back if you don't win, Nick.
Yeah, NFL same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance at a bigger payday. Whether you want to put Kenny Pickett in one of those same-game parlays or not, you can build your own, or you can choose from one of the popular same-game parlays pre-built for you in FanDuel's top-rated sportsbook app. Visit FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone. So you don't miss out on your chance to get a no-sweat same-game parlay on America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus and present in Iowa. Refund issued as non-withdrawable. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Maverick Homecoming is this weekend as your Omaha Mavericks hockey team takes on the 11th ranked Western Michigan Broncos on November 3rd and 4th. And we are less than 1 week away from the men's and women's basketball home opener. The men take on Doane and the women play Illinois State on Monday, November 6th. Basketball season tickets are still available. Get your tickets now by calling the box office at 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tickets. Let's pack the Baxter.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
John has always been an inspector of smidges of meat.
On 1620 The Zone.
And you know why I'm laughing, don't you? Now, it's time for the Unsportsmanlike Conduct Bet of the Day.
Just a little bit under where some folks would like to see this one wind up.
Brought to you by nobody.
You gotta be kidding.
Really, we don't have a sponsor. Sorry.
We all won, friends. John had the Lions and Josh Jacobs to score. I had the Lions -7. Nick had the under in the game. Speaking of unders, let's go to Toledo, Ohio, where Toledo is taking on Buffalo. It is snowing and it looks like garbage. Give me the under, 49.5. The juice is -110.
You don't have a plow that can't clear the field?
That's like windy, too. It's like,
it was windy on Saturday, and Nebraska scored 31 points.
The over did
and the
hit.
over hit. I'm going to make it real simple.
Okay.
I'm going to take Corbin Carroll of the Arizona Diamondbacks to record an RBI +130.
Nick?
Give me Friends of Connor Stallion, Central Michigan, +190.
All right, that's the bet of the day.
Iowa.
If there's anything else to watch that game for, it's the post-game press conference. And see if Jim McElwain is asked about
not
McElwain.
the possibility
Correct.
that Stallions Heroes was on his sideline in the season opener.
Bingo.
What if it is a different guy and like people are watching tonight and they just see him?
They see that guy. Shouldn't have been standing there.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.